check in, you must cam up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So, but again, yeah, Brother Wolf, definitely. He knew he was coming into the Negro den, a bunch of melanated den there. And he said, you know what, let me just show these blacks. Let me show the blacks what type of time it's about. Okay? Now regardless of how he living, he let you know that it's for real out here. Okay? So listen, I said this to somebody else before. I said, I like this kind of honesty. It makes it easy for me. Okay? I see this man in any kind of harm, I'm walking the other direction and wishing him well. Or not. Okay? Let's be fair. Kamala, help me out.
Let's really be clear about that.
Or not. All right? Because he told me what type of time he's on. But again, like I said, I know there's people who are in this chat that are black that can't stand the way I'm talking about this white boy right now. And it's hurting their spirit in the audience. It's hurting the coon blood in them. It's boiling deep. Massa, I love you. Why he talking about Massa like that? Even thinking about even matching Massa energy. Why? I know you coons. I know your blood is boiling. I know you got deep Massa, I love you, whatever you need me to do, energy in you. You want to make that lemonade, that Arnold Palmer. You know, I know probably bent over your cousin, right? Your great cousin. You know. So I get it. I understand. But this white boy is a caucus that Black America collectively should be stepping over. Not putting your cape on. You should be stepping over this white boy. With his glasses and all. You see the hat? You're supposed to be stepping over Santa Claus. That's Santa Claus. Look at him. Brother Wolf, I can't hear you, sir. You muted, sir. Go ahead.
Look, I'm a very non-violent person. I'm often non-violent, but when a person tell you who they are, you believe them.
You got to believe this man.
I'm not trying to convince somebody who tells me, I don't like you. Well, I don't like you either.
All right.
Okay? I mean, we're trying to, you know, who got that cue? Let's all get along. Who got that? Is that your cue? Everybody love everybody! Come on! It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
These Negroes out here, man. Let me play it one more time, goddamn.
Everybody love everybody! Come on!
This is you Negroes out here. Even the ones sitting in it that won't even... it's Negroes in here that's listening to this right now who had that mentality. Well, they ain't all too bad. Yeah. And listen, I'm not here to say all white folks are bad, but I am telling you, when somebody tells me who they are, I have no choice but to believe them. And so do you. All right? Now, don't get it wrong. If you are one of those who refuse to believe them, your caucus will get stepped over too.
You just step in their neck.
You understand? No problem. Because to me, in my eyes, the system of white degeneracy creates all types of cowards that are considered white supremacists. A white supremacist, it ain't a white person per se. It's your mentality. It's your thought process. You are a white supremacist. Your melanation doesn't give you you don't get a pass because you got darker skin. You're a white supremacist in this system. A white degeneracy. So I walk over you happily. Just like I would walk over this hillbilly. You know, look at him. He hillbilly down. He got the hat on. He got everything going that fit hillbilly. But he also coming in there with his chest out telling, you blacks are getting on my fucking nerve. We're tired of goddamn mouth with his chest out. Short, sir. Brother Dr. Randy Short, sir, how are you this evening?
You know, I'm okay. I feel like introducing a character. May I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, well, we're going to debut former President Ofaga. Are you guys ready?
Oh, Lord.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Who's this? Who do we have here?
I'm 44.
Welcome, sir.
I just want to say, in the words of President Clinton, I did not have sex with that man. I didn't do it. And I understand why the white people are mad. They're mad because blacks aren't any good. Look at what happened. They didn't vote. Trump's in right now. They're mad. But it's their fault. So white fatigue is really due to low black voter turnout. It's our fault. Suck it up.
Come on.
And I may break up with Michelle, but we have a lot of things in common. We both have X chromosomes. We'll always be together. Whew. That felt great. Now look.
Yes, sir.
They'll always be together. They do have X chromosomes. I mean Y chromosomes. Well, they have X too, but the Y chromosome really matters. Look. I'm with you, Chef. I'm with Lone Wolf. I'm even with the racist that spoke. If people don't like you, they don't like you. I mean, if you've got a shrimp or a peanut allergy, right? You're not going to want to hang out at Arthur Treacher's, and you don't want to eat a Snickers bar. What will it take? So, you know, in reality, white and black people have to relearn each other in America every so many decades. White folks have to go out and kill a bunch of stupid-ass black people that are unsuspecting for black folks to say they don't like us. As if slavery was this big, wonderful welcoming committee where they were giving us, like, watermelon calabashes and shit when we came off, or when they were raiding Indian villages and all, and they were giving us squash and cucumbers and such. I mean, come on. Hatred, intolerance, and bigotry, or Jim Crow was the welcome where they gave people fried chicken and sweet potato pie. I mean, look, if you're not at this late date going to acknowledge the society as it is, how it is, why it is, well, then again, we should use fuafo. Fua uafo, which means fuck around unconscious and find out.
Right.
If you want to be the dumbass black person, just gotta screw every white girl that's missing front teeth. You just have to do this, and nobody's blood, not your ancestors, not even saintly old Dr. King on the balcony taking a slug for your black ass, or Malcolm X getting a slug from Coons, Crescent Coons. If none of that means anything to you, then good. And so back to what Brother One always tells us, be prepared to walk over the carcasses of incredibly stupid, lazy, wasteful people who don't have black culture, but they have coon subculture. Then those people are basically plantation boule, collateral damage. And so if you need to get shot in the head, you've got to move to the furthest suburb where there's nobody black. In fact, it's like a neighborhood. Kill All Niggas USA. And people say, what a nice town. Well, they have such a charming name. And you've got to live out there? Fuck you. Enjoy. And I'm not saying segregate anything, or I'm just saying you pick the craziest place. Like, You've just got to. I want to live somewhere that's uncomplicated. Let's move to Idaho. If you've got to live in Boise, Idaho, if you must go, please go in the name of God, and please don't bring your dusty, ignorant, black behind back. Stay away. Don't come. I mean, people have the right to live around who they wish to live around. Why are people trying to force themselves on other people? It's dumb. Now, my issue is, it's real simple. For those people who are basically suicidal crash dummies, who are committed to some liberal, commie, feminist, LGBTQ, illegal hugging conspiracy, if you guys need to be martyrs for stupidity and a lack of common sense, then go on and do it. As for people who like themselves, if you don't like me, I mean, I definitely probably don't like you back, but I'm not trying to bother you. I don't have time to explain to you how social engineering and cultural manipulation of middlemen groups like GCPs, like Clive Davis, the real controller of Diddy, all this discussion of Diddy, and they haven't said Clive Davis's name once. And when they get around to saying it, they're not going to say who Clive Davis is. And they talk about black culture, but whose record companies do you really think black and the white folks who are too lazy to sit down and say, hey, wait a minute. If a lot of blacks are poor, then they don't own or control this stuff, then they're pawns in the game, just like we rednecks are pawns in the game. Just go to the coal mining area of West Virginia or Western Pennsylvania. But they're not going to do that. So the best thing one can do is understand that white people and black people have to relearn each other every so many years. And it's typically with conflicts over resources, conflicts over where people live, conflict over schools, or white folks want black people to live like they did 150 years ago. It's usually something that people want to either keep us out of, or some things, habits that they have acquired that they don't want to give up. Like I just heard about down outside of Holly Springs, Mississippi, a white gentleman, probably a really sweet human being with lots of love and understanding.
Brother Short,
Hold it. Let me finish. I don't give a fuck about the person there. Don't ever do that. So you've got the odd person up there who probably doesn't have enough fentanyl to make it through the night. We should do a GoFundMe for him, so he can help do that whole demographic thing. But I'm just saying that this guy went into the bar and was just screaming the N word in a black bar because he just couldn't hold in his enthusiastic love for black people and got beaten within an inch of his life. There are people who are suicidal of all stripes, and we can't help them. But I would say to the black people listening that there are people that absolutely hate you. There are people who don't care. I think the people that don't care are probably more dangerous than the ones that hate you. The ones that hate you will probably avoid you. The ones that don't care will probably try to, I don't know, may even fake like they get along with you if you have to work with them or whatever. But you need to be prepared to defend yourself for a person or persons that may want to test you. And at the same time, we have this other problem of, for every white supremacist, we have black criminals who get the emolument of being lawless and degenerate that kill us too. We have a two-front war. We have a war to protect ourselves from people who've probably been taught by their parents and everyone else to hate our guts. And then you got other blacks who hate and other black people's guts and are rewarded by the system, where they don't have they don't have high rates of closure for homicide in black communities. Those people are running around. People need to hook up with someone like Lone Wolf and learn how to defend themselves. And one thing that the internet allows a lot of people to be bold and aggressive in ways that they may not be one on one. So, I mean, a lot of people are saying these things, and they may probably believe them. But the thing is if you're prepared for whatever to survive in America where people want to treat you with less respect than what you think you should get, and then there are those in your own group that know that they won't get punished if they rape, rob, steal, or cheat you too, then it just behooves you to protect yourself. I land my plane there.
All right, so I kicked the meth head out of here. I was gonna let the meth head
No,
go.
I don't think you should do that. I see. Here's the
No,
thing.
no. Hold on, brother Short. Hold on. Meth head was a little too extra, and I saw the dirty palms. So that's dusty. That's a crackhead.
Yeah, he dusty.
Very, very dusty. So we had to let the crackhead go on.
As I said,
Go on about his
we
business.
needed to
I was
do
gonna
it.
give him the benefit of the doubt.
No.
If you are, hold on. If you are a, if you're a civilized other, then you can come on to the panel and have the conversation. But if you are a cave baboon, then you will be removed. Okay? Have some patience about yourself. Everybody's going to be able to speak. Okay? And if you can't and you resort into meth fucking outburst, because that's why he was freaking out, he had a meth lapse, you got to get the fuck off the panel. Okay?
Yeah.
That was some werewolf behavior.
He was transforming. He was transforming right in front of us.
Well,
I know a wolf when I see one.
what I was saying,
I'm a lone wolf. I know a wolf when I see one.
I was saying again that
Wolf behavior.
we need to have a GoFundMe for him to get all the fentanyl that he needs.
Right.
He wouldn't appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, if he had sat there like a patient human being, and he would have had his time. But listen, I don't have patience. Now you're doing a little too much extra, and I saw your palms getting black. He turned into a full crackhead. I know what they look like. Get off the panel. He was butt naked. He was on some people under the stairs shit. He looked crazy.
Yeah. Well, if he represents the caliber of folk who want some kind of conflict, I mean, they're going to probably take him out for insubordination in the ranks. I mean, there are tens of millions of people on substances. So when you hear that people are having black fatigue, I'm thinking that some of this fatigue is projection. You have to understand part of why we have such an issue with opioids and the opioid deaths, which are disproportionately, up until relatively recent times. Of course, there's some stupid black imitators who are dead to us anyway. So bye. But the white gentlemen make up a disproportionate number of people who are overdosing because it's just hard, I guess, being a white male in America. I mean, being worshipped all the time. It's sort of like a rock star that gets too much love, they go nuts. And people who are constantly being told you're the master of the universe, and you're this, you're that, and the other, and you've got enough erectile dysfunction to be Germany.
Real quick.
You're gonna get on something.
My moderators, get Friction Hitch up out of the chat. I want him all the way out of here. Okay. Yeah, he listen, go ahead and smoke your shit somewhere else right now. I try to be civilized with you. Don't bring the crack addict stuff this way. My moderators, do me a favor and get him the fuck out of here. Okay? Go ahead, brother Dr. Short, sir.
So all I was saying is it's real simple. It's a lot of this is projection. People who don't have jobs. You mean to tell me a black homeless vet is the one that outsourced your stuff to China, to Mexico, to Indonesia, to Vietnam? I mean, you really think it's it's someone black on Snap or whatever? In reality, black fatigue is white people not being able to be angry with wealthy, powerful white people because they've been told if you just hate black people enough, you'll get there. And it hasn't happened. You know, I'm in the Klan, I'm in the militia, I'm marching around, I'm going to the rifle range. You know, I'm doing all these things. I'm paying my taxes and whatever. I'm in the Christian identity sector, whatever it is people need to do to get earn their bones to be this artificial category called whites. I'm exaggerating, but I'm just saying. And to not get the equity out of being white in America, um, I could see why they met. So they're blaming black people, but it's sort of like a conversation I had, wow, 30 years ago with the Grand Dragon of the Christian Knights, I'm sorry, Christian Knights of the South Carolina Ku Klux Klan. His name is Michael Burton. And I asked Michael, who black owns the businesses, stores, housing, all, who black has any say over your destiny? Who black has ever done anything to you, really? You know what happened? This Klansman had to drop his head. Nobody black did anything to him. Everybody causing him misery was white. All of the people that had him unhappy, the people that evicted him, the people that didn't give him jobs, were white people. But they are so unhappy. But you can't say the billionaires are doing this, right? The people who own the factories, and so there's a very, very immature, childish, individualistic mindset among a large number of people who've been deliberately not educated or trained or prepared for what they need. hmm They don't know how to analyze reality, and they've deliberately not been informed because black people being the scapegoat for all the problems. We serve lots of functions in this society. We serve the function of being of this being the scapegoat, the blame, the national joke, the people who can't get together, the ones who can't do this, the ones who can't do that, the ones who are failures, the one everyone's better than. You know, but telling someone white that all the time, and you see some successful black people, this really bothers some people. Wait a minute. I just saw a black person drive by in a Tesla, and I'm driving a Corona from 2010. How can this be? Right? And well, maybe he's a drug dealer. No, he has a job. Right? And then the next thing they know, they see someone on TV protesting or complaining about injustice, and they just saw a black person with a Tesla, and they've got that old Corolla. They don't research the study. They're not going to. When you're a bigot, racist, you don't have to. You don't have to do all of the stuff. You don't have to really think about. You don't have to really. White privilege means I don't have to really understand. I have the freedom to just hate and go after the scapegoat and unload and put down and attack other people, right? And that's sort of how it goes. So that's a luxury. I always tell people, I'm going to repeat myself in a story, in 72? Wow, that's a long time ago, but about 50, 53 years ago, we were at Christmas, some white kids were destroying our toys in our yard, and we caught them. It's Christmas Day. The reason they were doing it is that they were mad. They didn't get any toys for Christmas, but their parents had explained to them, we had a rough year, but we didn't, and so you're not going to get any toys, but you know what? You still have a great life. Nigger kids never get toys for Christmas. And these kids are walking around Christmas Day and they see us with toys, and they were angry with us. They attacked us. They were unapologetic. It's as if we did so. And we were accused of trying to make their parents out to be liars. We simply got toys to humiliate their parents instead of owning up to the fact that your mother and your dad are damn liars. And they failed economically to provide for you for Christmas. But it was easier to say black folks had someone give them toys to make our parents look bad. Let's punish them. So a lot of this white fatigue is defensiveness. How do we deflect? How do we blame the national scapegoat for our failure in our own lives, for our inability to achieve the American dream with white skin? And black people, we could get 1 million people to explain why certain things that they have an issue with bother them. But at the heart of it, as the person said in the video when I came in, they just never liked people anyway. And part of being the national scapegoat is there's a group of people that you can hate and look down on. You don't have to understand. You don't have to know. You can just make it up, like what President Trump did to Cyril Ramaphosa, head of state from South Africa, is to invent, even getting information from the Congo and applying it to South Africa and blaming him for something that's in another country. He's black, I'm white, I said so, and I can do something to back myself up, and I'm never wrong because I'm not black. This is kind of the echo chamber of hate that whites are in, many, not all, and that bubble will bust. Maybe black folk will bust it, Chinese folk will bust it, maybe the drop of the dollar will bust it, but if the dollar drops, so still, when there are economic hard times, people will attack us again. The answer for black people will always be to be armed, be prepared to repel people who just, who have a feudal segregationist privilege to hate and to act on that. It's sort of like the guy that went to the bar in Mississippi screaming nigger at the people. That came from somewhere. You and I know we couldn't go into a bar practically anywhere and make anti-white comments and expect to not be harmed, perhaps not disappeared. We know this from a very early age. This is a man probably in his 30s or 40s in Mississippi. Maybe he never knew that he can't say and do whatever he wants to do to someone black without facing consequences. That's part of what didn't happen. In slavery, you had to take whatever you did. In Jim Crow post, or should I say neo-slavery, you had to take whatever was done. And so, again, the fatigue is not only people's frustration, but there's already a sense of white people feeling that they've been defeated. But they're not fighting Chinese or Indians. They're not fighting people in Vietnam or Indonesia or Malaysia. It's easier again to attack black folks. It's the same way you have maybe 100, 200,000 Haitians coming to the country, maximum, that got permission to be in. They were more angry with them than 20 million Spanish speakers who are lighter skinned, because always hating black is easy. You see people going to jail for Spanish speakers who've come in the country unlawfully, and you don't see anyone, not even your congressional black circus idiots like the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, or that silly LaMonica McIver. you don't see them fighting to keep Haitians who came in lawfully. So hating black people, we're the national tar baby, the pinata, you name it. But we've got to get off the menu, and the only way to get off the menu is to be armed. We got off the menu of slavery because 300,000 or so black folks had weapons in the Civil War and fought. The currency to counter white fatigue is black defensive, retaliatory coercion.
Facts.
That's a wolf. That's a wolf alley oop. But hey, brother Wolf, we've been talking this shit for what? Almost 2 years now. Going on 2 years. How many people are that tuned into these programs have reached out to you, sir?
A couple, but not the numbers it should be. Again, this is not a popular topic. I've said it before and I said it again. Historians and teachers have hijacked the black experience. We don't talk about self-defense because if we hold our peace and let the Lord fight our battle, victory will be ours. And but that's not how white folks do. They lead with what nuclear weapons they got at their disposal, an army that can take out anybody in the world, and then they one nation under God. So they're one nation under the nuclear bomb first. Okay, in the military. You know, so and we have to learn how to fight, or just to be on the safe side, have something at your disposal so you can protect yourself and your family, your friends, your neighborhood, your community, your city, your state, and I'll say the nation last. Because before it get there, you get to defend yourself and your family and your friends first. Period.
Well, I'll say this. Let me get the hillbilly. Shout out to my brother Next Level. Everybody else that just came in, man. Check that. Shout out to this hillbilly though. Shout out to Next Level. He was the co-host on that panel with Brother Freezy. White boy. Shout out to this white boy, man. I got to put some disrespect on this white boy's name, man. He out there 10 toes, man. You got to give it to him.
My question is this. Do you want to fucking bring it down all at once, or do you want a smooth transition? Because if you want a smooth transition to whatever you think blacks are supposed to end up at, what you're doing is you're causing too many headaches for that. It would be better just to, unless you want to bring it all down. I would admit that.
What do you mean about bring it all down? How you going to bring it down?
I'm trying to mine this out with Be Brave. So you're saying my initial question, the answer to my initial question is yes. White people are sick and tired of black culture and amongst other things, right?
Well, don't say it so gentlemanly. I'm saying white people are fucking sick.
Fucking sick and tired.
we got this. Hey, listen, man. Let me say this before I go to this dude. Sir, not a racist garbage. I'm talking to you now. Before I let you on the panel, make sure you have some decorum about yourself. Okay? If you don't, I'll throw you the hell out of here. Okay? Now, I'm going to let you up. Let's see what you got to say about this subject matter. You got the floor, sir. Do you concur with the white boy? Not a racist garbage. You have the floor, sir.
I can still hear someone speaking over me. Maybe it's a technological issue because I live up here on my goddamn mountain, and I've gotten sick and tired of your fucking society because it's absolute garbage. It's full of racist nonsense. It's always been racist nonsense, and it will continue to be racist nonsense until y'all knock it off. And it's mostly white people who look like me. It's mostly their fucking fault. I'll agree with you on that. It is their fault.
Listen, you're in your mountain, man. You got no reception, sir.
We've got to not just listen to Mr. Nelson Mandela. We got to move beyond him, because now in South Africa, you're still looking at a situation where the people who were put down for so long are still economically discouraged throughout that entire country. And the fact of the matter is that we don't got to do any of that. Get your ass out in the garden. Get out in the garden. Do something good in the world. And you know what? Let those racist people, let them just starve, because they're going to starve. They're going to starve. All of them are going to starve. You know why? Because the only thing that they have, the only thing that they're standing on is this idea that they can put other people down and do no work and prop themselves up.
And when you say they, who are you referring to, sir?
All of them.
Yeah, but you need to be specific.
All of them.
Who's all of them?
All of them. Anybody who's taking advantage of you. Look, you got a corporation. You got a corporation that takes 80% of your wages.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you believe in the white boy here? I got white boy on the panel here that says white folks are sick of black folks. Shit.
No, that's not what I said, sir. I'm saying that white folks
I'm not
will
saying
tell me what
Hold
they
on,
want to tell me.
Wait a second. I'm talking about, you see the screen? Look at the screen. There's another white boy. He said that, not you.
Okay, I'm not very good at it. I apologize, sir.
I'm asking you, do you agree with his sentiment that white folks are sick of black folks complaining?
I can tell you that I don't agree with this sentiment, but I hear it constantly, and it fucking pisses me off.
Really? Eli? So what have you heard in your travels? What have you heard?
What have I heard?
Yeah, break it down.
You guys think you've heard racist stuff thrown at you? You haven't heard the half of it. You know why you haven't heard it? You haven't heard it because they think that you're against them. They only say it to you when they feel confident. They say it to me all the time.
So again, sir, what do they say to you? That's what I want to know. Tell me. You said they say it, so what is it that they're saying to you? That's what we want to hear.
I'll tell you what, they say nigger all the time. Every one of them. And I'm not trying to be a disrespectful asshole, but it is a common word.
That's bottom of the boat right there. Give me something better. I need something more juicy. What are their thoughts about the collective of black Americans? Can't hear you. Can you hear me? You break it up in your mouth.
I'm sorry, friend, but I can't follow this many voices at once.
Okay, so I'm literally the only one speaking to you. So there's something with your reception in the mountain. It's literally only.
No, I think that's crazy. You know what? Ice-T's new album is fucking sick. It's sick. It's sick. You got an old man Ice-T throwing down a sick ass.
All right, that was enough of that. Okay.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I study white folks, and he heard you loud and clear, and he know that there's only one person talking, and that was you. You know that. So look here. This conversation is an intelligent conversation, and he's out of his league. Yeah. He really wanted to say it, but you know what? He wasn't standing 10 toes down like a
white. He not standing. Where my brother Next Level at? Next Level, you still in here, man? Shout out to Next Level's right next to the white boy. And that white boy was standing 10 toes down on that panel. But now you got too many you got too many blacks on this panel right now. you got a lot of you got militant, you got the gun guy right here. He knew, hey, Wolf, he knew the energy. He felt the energy, and it was like, yeah, I'm not going. Yeah, this might not be the one. This may not be the panel to test that shit.
When he was his best energy was when he was muted. He was acting like a damn fool.
Like a damn fool. That's what he really wanted. He really wanted that, but he knew it was
down. We put that dog down. Meaning we didn't give him no energy. He had to come down. Look at him. He came in strong. He didn't get that attention. He didn't get the floor. So he done calm down now.
Hey, and we look, watch this. I tried to give him the flow. But when you start see, this is a black America that's still with us in here. Let's get something understood. When you dealing with these passive aggressive KVs, and again for those hit dog holler, all right, and if it don't apply, let it fly. But when you deal with one like this, and you go head up, you talk to them direct, they start scattering. They start hockey pucking and skip to Malooing on niggas. I was dealing with him direct. I wasn't even letting him go around nothing. And I'm hearing too many voices. Sure you are. You're hearing a voice of a Negro that's not afraid of you.
But he's hearing fentanyl and meth, and he's hearing grain alcohol and tobacco and weed and mushrooms and Red Bull, and he's also hearing interracial porn. I mean, that's the problem, okay? And this is why I was saying to you, white fatigue is white people looking in the mirror. They see a nigger, and it's our fault. I mean, it's not our mirror, it's not our house, it's not our face, and they're still mad. This is part of what white privilege and all this allows them to blame black people for their own issues. This is why the white South Africans are leaving, coming here. They couldn't cut it with everything skewed in their favor. Need to find some place where they can get more equity out of not being black. And by the way, they're diminishing returns for being white throughout the world unless you're in the billionaire class.
Well, Doc, watch this. The white South Africans are a reflection of the greater population in America, whites.
Sure they are. That's why they want them here.
Yeah, they're a reflection, meaning they're not, look here, black folks take nothing to make something all the time. We're always just taking nothing and making miracles. They are not, as a collective, progressing like we think they are. That's why they outsource everything. When you outsourcing the whole country, the whole nation, that means you're not even creative no more.
But they're not creative, and they don't want anyone else to create. And if they do, if they create something, then they destroy it. The same way they're talking about black culture. Like I said, I mean, they're cowards. I just had to write someone in Twitter, and someone wrote that that Jesus was white. And I just said to the person, thanks, Lucifer. And basically, everything's white. Jesus, Jews, and bowel movement. This is sort of the mindset that this is, I know there's some black scholar that was talking, I think it may have been Amos Wilson, that talked about menticide. There's white
Hold on, brother Short. Hey, Q, you got it queued up? This is a sick Negro. You got to have it queued up when Dr. Short say shit like that, man. I ain't got it queued. Go ahead, brother Dr. Short. Shit.
Just everything is they're constantly trying to resuscitate a eviscerated ego of being.
Short, you said everything is white.
Yes, everything's white. I get it. No one black. Just it's so. I mean, well,
This is a sick Negro.
now and if you're drinking the right thing, your piss is white. Everything's white. No one black ever did everything is us. And like I said, they're living in a psychotic white echo chamber of everything white, 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 which is why I joke about white all the time. I'm simply acting out what I know is going on in the heads of people I grew up with, where everything is white at all times. They're on a, they're like that dog that you could ring the bell for Pavlov, where white or black is a button, and they have no ability. In fact, I remember talking to my late father, and my dad was a chaplain for the police department. They're talking about how they were trying to train people, and they had a jury, and they were screening people, and there was a picture of a white man stabbing a black man, and they asked the white person what they saw, and the white person saw a black man stabbing a white person. They had, they're so, or a black can't be victimized or attacked. A white can't be bad. Only blacks are bad. And they refashion reality around their sickness, their psychopathy. Okay? Sort of like the guy that goes into an all-black bar screaming nigger in Mississippi. I'm just thinking, there's no way that he didn't sense that that could be a problem, but because of this mindset, no one would dare have any dignity because he's white and he thought so. White folk have a suicidal God complex. That's why you always have someone that wants to rub down in salmon oil and go swimming with the sharks and have to get rescued by the Coast Guard. I mean, really stupid shit. Want to go mountain climbing with ice skates on and shit, and then they get lost or stuck out somewhere, or want to go like they want to go hiking in the middle of the Mojave Desert with no water or sunshades or a hat. I mean, when you normally hear about these people that they have to find, they almost always, almost 100% white people doing incredibly stupid, suicidal things that they don't have to do, and they know someone will come and rescue me in the wrong, wasting tens of thousands of public dollars as much as they bitch about someone getting a free school lunch. Because white, 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 I mean, right? And it's interesting. Have you ever been driving and seen a white person walk through the traffic like no one would dare hit me, I'm white? I mean, I got taught one of the first things is to always pay attention across the street. Someone will run your ass over, even when you're a child, to expect the world to be cruel because of who you are. Don't be surprised. Don't hate everyone, but understand there are people that don't like you. For them, it's sort of like everyone should favor me. All of this should go my way. Me, 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 me. I, white, white, white. And anything that tampers with that, it's bad. So in reality, a large number of white people are like spoiled children that have never been disciplined. The way that Donald Trump was acting with Cyril Ramaphosa. Cyril Ramaphosa is a corrupt piece of shit, by the way. But he wasn't wrong yesterday. He's corrupt. He doesn't care about the starving black South Africans. But he's correct that white farmers aren't the victims of genocide. Donald Trump acted like a juvenile, a baby. And all the nations and leaders of the world in Europe look and see immature 2-year-old behavior from a person that has nukes, that's a billionaire. And a lot of them marvel. And in fact, what Trump is the apex of white privilege, that you can carry on and act like, and so it's Elon Musk, South Africa, another country that just invests in people because they're not black. How you get these weird characters. Stephen Miller, the little crusty, greasy, vicious, bald-headed Jew who works with Trump. You get these people, they are created because white supremacy doesn't necessarily bring out people. In fact, people figure everything out when they're 3 and 4 and 5 when they learn about race. Basically, they get the magic words. You're better than everyone else. Everyone else is dirt beneath your feet. You're basically like a deity because you're not brown. And everyone that's not, kind of pasty, white looking, that they're trash and they don't know anything. And your lie is greater than their truth. When you give someone all of that, it's very difficult. It's sort of like telling people to wait in the line. Have you ever been taking an airplane or something and people are told to line up, and you have white Americans who refuse to get in line because they're white? And by the way, if they have money, they're accommodated breaking all of the rules. There's no rule that applies to them because of their caste. It doesn't make a person have high character or maturity. In fact, it retards it. And you can see that in plantation slavery with people making babies, and you can sell the baby off if it's black, or you can deny it. You have a whole system that pretends that white is honorable and white is virtuous, when in reality it has not been so. You can't have Jim Crow, you can't have segregation, you can't have mass incarceration, health and education disparities, and ecological and environmental racism and food deserts and all the things that you have, and it'd be a virtuous, decent, honorable society. And yet the psychopathy of the nation is to proclaim we're the greatest, we're going to be great again, blah, 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 even though that's not happening. And it's not that it can't, but you see, you're going to have to be mature and look at the problem and say, hey, we've got 90 million people in this country or 100 million people in this country that aren't really making it, and you can't say they're all black. So what you do about that? It's a lot easier to say that everybody poor is black, you're doing great, and that way I don't have to pave the roads, I don't have to have good mail delivery, I don't have to have good education, I don't have to clean the water, I don't have to have FEMA respond to St. Louis or Western North Carolina because everything is white. And so until something, and I think it may happen with the current administration, that when we go into hurricane season, which is not that far away, can you imagine all the people that are going to get destroyed because FEMA and all this stuff has been eviscerated by these stupid ass homoerotic guys in Doge that just destroy everything because they're young, white, and they say so, and they hate other people. You're beginning to see rumblings across the country where people who now realize that they're not going to be able to get Medicaid or Medicare or other things because they were stupid. And it's funny, even though they're receiving disproportionately the disability money, the SNAP money, the farm handouts, almost all of the welfare and social benefits are given to primarily whites. They imagine that they don't get any of it, and blacks are hoarding it all and hating white people as white people give all their tax money to black people, when in reality, black people have been giving tax subsidies to white people to arm themselves, to kill, discriminate, and mistreat us. That's not real for them, and because in that echo chamber, white is good, white is perfect, white is healthy, white is wholesome, black is bad, black is no good, blacks are the enemies, blacks have done this. And no one can say that's not exactly true. Do you realize this is why you cannot even talk to many white Americans? Because if one truth comes up, if they concede on any point or fact, the whole house of cards falls down. Therefore, they have to double down on blaming blacks, which is why you have this black fatigue. Black people again, didn't outsource the industrial base of this country. Black people didn't let 30 million, 40 million people come to this country unlawfully. Black people didn't let 40 million Social Security numbers get stolen. Black people did not allow the CIA to bring dope into America. Almost 99% of the shit that they're bitching about, we've never had any say over and involvement in. We've been victimized by it. Maybe a couple of black criminals get something, but for the most part, it's hurt us what's gone on. But again, a black can't bleed. A black can't be a victim. Black folks, I mean, slavery was good. Every which kind of way that could get people to say they're a fellow human being in the struggle for life, they have a way to run away from it because they imagine. In fact, there's a book I have in my, as I organize my library, by a scholar by the name of David Rediger called The Wages of Whiteness. And whiteness has created a psychological aristocracy among this group of people called whites that leads them to feel as if they are better and that they are rich because they're not black. And there's a degree of truth in that because blacks pay a tax. They pay more for food, pay more for practically everything. Their APR, depending on where they are. White has its benefits. So in order to get that wage, they have to be loyal. All you have to do to lose your white card is tell a little bit of truth, like that idiot who leaked the stuff. What's this guy's name? The gentleman that gave the information, Seth Rich, the one that gave the information on the Democrats, and they killed his ass about a mile from where I live. And I happened to be out that night. He got killed on the street I used to live on. All you have to do is halfway tell the truth and start thinking, and you can lose whiteness. Whiteness is a status. It isn't racial. It's a status that people will die for or will even travel across the world to enjoy. Okay, so white fatigue, black fatigue has always existed. There was anxiety about slave revolts. Back during slavery, there was anxiety about black people running away. There was anxiety about black freedom. There's anxiety about black people reading and writing. There was anxiety about black people singing too much, black people going to church. Our existence has made them tired and fatigued, except for when they're getting the benefits from uncompensated labor, including sexual. That's the only time that they're not wanting to, and even during slavery, there were whites who wanted to kill slaves because black folks were better workers, were making white folk who were free poor, and they blamed black people for white people exploiting black people. So basically, you've got a psychotic circle jerk of genocidal white folks who are out of control, whose system is collapsing. But the collapse of the system isn't going to suddenly make them be cool and wake up. It's going to make it more reactive towards the people they've always disliked. So again, you get black fatigue. And the only antidote, your aspirin, is to be armed. And for me, one aspirin is never enough.
I don't think it's to you. I think this is a made-up concept. I think that, look, after I watched that hate produce, this ain't no black fatigue. It's just white fragility.
Well, I agree, but we're pretending as if it exists. It's not really white fragility. In reality, it's a combination of white guilt and basically white people fearing losing paradise lost, racial paradise lost. There's always.
Watch this. Chef said have a scripture, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give one, and this is for all white America. Not white, not just white society. Wherever this video goes, the scripture says, "He that has this world's goods, see his brother in need, step up his bowels of compassion, How what up the love of God again?
Yeah, one of
There
my
is no
favorites. That's
God
from
in you. Okay?
the epistle.
Especially when you know you should be doing right by the most oppressed.
That's the epistle of John. John 1:4 something.
Say you love God, but you won't do right by the people who you know you need to do right by. Miss me with your black fatigue.
Yeah, well, we don't care. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm just explaining the phenomenon. Frankly, I had one of these books. I had the book Dark Ghetto. We don't have to beg people to understand or like, because we're past that. In fact, I'm an old Negro, right? So it doesn't really matter. These younger people who are a lot crazier than I would ever want them to be, they're not the kind that are going to put up with Mr. Mountain Dew. In fact, who would drink a soft drink that's named for piss? I mean, that's what Mountain Dew is, in case I didn't know. Mountain Dew is urine. Who would, in fact, they made a soft drink that would make people's teeth fall out that's named for urine and Mountain Dew. In case I don't know that, I mean, I'm a Southerner. Mountain Dew is another word for urine. So the Mountain Dew, they basically made a soda for poor whites. It's basically, it should be just mountain piss or a piss drink. And they hate, you mad at black people and the rich white folk poison you with high fructose corn syrup and make fun of you by making a drink the color of urine. And they get you to drink it and destroy your kidneys and your teeth. That's what I put up on Twitter. I put up that all the empires have fallen. This one too, you see, this American exceptionalism. And I'm not trying to hasten the fall of anything, because damn it, we live here, especially if you live in DC. But all empires fall. This one will fall too. What normally destroys empires is corruption, injustice, internal issues.
Immorality.
Yeah, immorality and degeneracy, sexual and otherwise, and killing babies and so forth. People have absolutely no desire to reform or to change or to repent. And therefore, God has no obligation other than to destroy that kingdom or society. This is what I'll be talking about for Salt Sabbath.
So, Doc, what you're probably saying is they got God fatigue.
Yeah, they have holiness fatigue. They have righteousness fatigue. They have morality fatigue. I want to have
kinds of fatigue.
Yeah, I don't want. I mean, I've got AZT fatigue. I want to have public sex. I want to spread AIDS to everyone I want, and you're going to change the law so it's okay for me to infect other people. And you know what? If I do it, it's black people's fault because they were fucking and eating monkeys in Africa, and I got this stuff, so I do what I want. This kind of thing. This kind of thing is them. But as I said, the American exceptionalism it's not true, and we've had to live in the shadow of this great lie all of our lives. I want to say to you, within the last 2 days, to show you how crazy this is. Before you ever had the Continental Congress, everybody knows the first governing body was the House of Burgesses, right, in Virginia. And I learned I had multiple grandfathers.
Brother Short, hold on 1 second real quick. Hold on. I want to say a salute to Bionic for the Cash App supporting the program, man. Salute to you. I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman, but I want to say a salute for supporting the program, hitting the Cash App. Much appreciated. Appreciate you coming through. Salute. Go ahead, Brother Dr. Short.
Several people who are literally ancestors of mine were speakers of the House of Burgesses. If you get the point, and if we really start doing it, all of us, if we start doing our genealogy, if we just get into the white side of the family, if y'all really look into that, you're going to be amazed at who you come from, which makes it all the more contradictory that that guy up on the mountain doesn't have anything as illustrious in his family lineage as I do. Like I said, Mr. Finch was Speaker of the House of Burgesses roughly 400 years ago in Virginia. My grandfather. Okay, and I was talking to my cousin and the Finch family. I'm learning about another way that we're related to Thomas Jefferson, who I can't stand. And so I'm talking to fellow people who look like me, and everybody that's great in America is an uncle, cousin, grandfather, great grandfather, and yet these idiots talking about white fatigue act as if they're somehow the creators or the inheritors of this stuff, and they're not even genetically related to it, many of them. I mean, I meet people that are recent immigrants here talking to me about people I'm actually related to that they're not, lecturing me about something they know nothing about, saying how I'm in no way connected to things that I am biologically, genetically linked to. And it's just this fantasy that they're in, but it's going to, it's busting. All you need is for the dollar to drop. Where I'm saying this to you, and I want you to hear me, I want everyone listening. In my spirit, in my spirit, in my spirit, I feel like we only have 5 more years of white folk acting like this, and I think they feel it too. I'm not talking about anything violent. I'm just saying if you look at what's happening in the heart of Africa, the brokest countries in Africa are saying no. The place where the least amount of resistance that could make a difference in the world is from the masses of lazy, drug-addicted, boule-led black people. We're not doing A-game work. We're doing, like the students I had at Lane College that would miss 8 weeks and want an A grade. We're not doing our share of the work to secure ourselves in spite of, Mr. Mountain Dew. I mean, so what? People don't like you. What about liking yourself? What about worshiping God? I was talking to a young man today, and I told him he needs to learn how to pray. He's competing. A very fine young guy. His dad's a fine person. His name is Michael Nicholson, and he's going to be competing down in Virginia Beach, I think, or somewhere down there. That prayer matters. This is a spiritual matter. And at least black folks that pick cotton knew how to pray, knew how to turn to God if nothing else. We've turned to weed, sodomy, sexual mutilation, trannyism, all kinds of stupid stuff. I mean, you even got Negroes following that little thing. What'd she look like? The woman that looks like Don Rickles, Joyce Myers. Joyce Myers, you've got Kenneth Copeland that looks like a shaved down chimpanzee. You've got these idiots, not even real religion, man, and these folks are looking at these people. I mean, you got everything. You've got the black woman trying to look like Mr. T, and damn it, some of them have got it. You've got black dudes trying to be Diana Ross without Supremes. I guess maybe don't have enough money or clothes. We're doing
no one's checking them. No one's checking them either.
There's no pushback in our God fatigue, our hate of God, our resentment.
Watch this. I want to co-sign what you just said about the interest rate. Today, Moody's downgraded America's stock market value. And I just put the link inside the chat. They dropped it. That's going to affect the whole stock market. If it collapsed, we're done.
No, we're not done. The system's done.
White folks are done. The
Uh,
system. Well, I got money in it.
yeah, but the point is, then maybe you need to take it out.
I took some out to them.
Yeah, you know
Did you
what?
really care about that?
You need to do an economic coitus
I
inter.
took some out to them.
You need to do you need to do an economic coitus interruptus. Pull that shit out. Pull it out. I mean, move out. It's
You
it's
don't hear that story. You don't hear people talking about that.
well, you're not, because you know what? They're not. They're talking about white fatigue. You know what? Again, I told you, black people are a deflection. Being angry with black people is a way for the rich whites to steal the money from the poor whites and lie about everything. By the time the white folk realize they've been ripped off through Bitcoin and everything else, they'll be too busy hating black people over stuff black folks don't want to do, have never done to white people. And they'll be just as broke. But you have to understand, they fear them. Why? For all this talk about how violent black people are, and there's some violent, no good black people that the police don't even check, don't want to check them, because they're used as low intensity warfare to keep black communities in chaos. You
All right,
know
so
this.
what's that?
Hold it, let me finish. They allow that kind of chaos to reign in our communities, largely unarmed, that's peaceable. They fear the armed, crazy white people. In fact, this isn't new. De Tocqueville, the Frenchman that traveled, everyone talks about de Tocqueville. And de Tocqueville, remember one thing in particular about America, he's saying no country's going to be able to invade the United States because all these damn white people are crazy everywhere with guns. The British Army couldn't have held America even if the French hadn't done what they did, because they were getting the shit shot out of them by an armed population in upstate New York. The biggest problem they had was that they had lots of stupid, immature people. I mean, the best general they had was Benedict Arnold. Do y'all know the American Revolution could have ended in 1778? But General Gates, if I'm correct, didn't want to really fight. I think he's the right one. I got the right name. So they could have taken him out. Why? There was so many people with guns shooting at the British. I mean, the guys surrendered. Saratoga and Benning, I mean, they got their asses beat in Saratoga because the white, and by the way, the best fighters at Saratoga, they won't tell you, were black soldiers. Benedict Arnold was leading an army that was a third black that almost took out the British Army, right? You had a country full of violent people who were psychos with guns. And the closest that this country had to a revolution up until the Civil War was the Whiskey Rebellion, where, I mean, it's interesting. They had to get, like, George Washington had to get 17,000 folks to go and be prepared to shoot up people in Pennsylvania that didn't want to pay tax on their moonshine. This country's always been full of armed, violent, dangerous white men, right? That's how you got the French and Indian War. That's how you got the Revolutionary War, right? And then ultimately you had the Civil War. This country is full of people who are crazy, who don't mind killing and bombing and shooting at people, and they know this. And that's why we've always been a deflection point. Get those people to shoot down and terrorize black people and distract them from the fact that they're getting raped and robbed too. And by the way, they don't mind as long as they know we don't have anything in our pocket. When they find out that they've been ripped off of everything, it's going to be rough. And I need to just say this to you. We're here in D.C., and I didn't do it, and I'm not celebrating. I think it's terrible, and I just went by there. The people that got shot outside the Holocaust Museum, and that was a Latino that shot up those Jewish people. If you ever make the white masses find out that the rich masses of whites, the rich super uber ones, have stolen everything from them and have been saying nigga, nigga, nigga when they've been saying whitey, 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 putting the money in their pocket, they're going to go off on them. If you've ever seen white people shoplifting in the store, black people be like kind of hiding unless they're really like out there druggy types. White folks be bold and shit. They be in a jewelry store. I mean, be at the cologne desk and shit because they feel entitled. If you ever unleash angry, armed, entitled white people in America, this country would be burnt as flat as a pancake. and virtually
Hold on.
no time. They're
Hold on.
absolutely crazy.
Hold on. We have gone way over to the other side. This is supposed to be black fatigue. How do we get so narrowed down on white fatigue? Let's bring it back to black fatigue.
Because it doesn't
This is
exist, Chef.
no. That's a whole totally separate situation there. That's a whole other broadcast. We're going to stay on the blacks tonight. Let's stay on the blacks.
Well, everybody's on the blacks.
Okay? Shout out to my address. Let's get back to the blacks now. I don't know how the white fatigue, this shit done got hijacked. Dr. Short, you done hijacked this shit.
I didn't hijack it.
Let's bring
You
it
had
back.
that crackhead from the mountains. That dude looks like his meth lab blew up on his ass. He's had a bad day.
Yeah, but
I mean, so
Hold on. Let's bring it back to the blacks now, goddammit. Let's bring it back. That shit is accurate as hell, though. It did look like this. It looked like.
I mean, you don't ever have another Horton Here's a Who type cracker up on here. I mean, you know.
I think, again, I'm gonna refer back to. I think everybody should watch the hate produced. It's only 66 years old. If you haven't watched it, it's just 2 hours.
Do you have a copy?
Yeah, what?
Do you have a copy?
Oh, I put it inside the chat.
Why don't you send me that? I haven't seen it in a long time.
So I'm saying black fatigue is rooted in the hate produced. You can't not run from what you produce. You can't. White folks.
Men died in North Africa fighting the.
There you go, Q. Let's go with
died
this.
at Anzio Beach, at Palermo, at Naples, to free Rome, to free Paris, to free Europe. Damn it! Yeah, we died to build America, and America has rebuilt Germany. Japan and the nigger is still suffering and dying in the streets of America. And to death, Negroes are my enemy.
Now, let's get back to what we need to get on. Let's bring it back where we got to go. 100 plus in the building. Shout out to Bionic. Shout out to our brother ABM for being the sponsor of today's broadcast.
He never sponsors my broadcast.
There will potentially be a white fatigue, although I got to see how I got to break that up. That's going to be white fatigue / illegal fatigue for the next broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Illegal. So we need asylum seeking, all of you fuckers. That's gonna be the broadcast for you asylum seeking lovers. Okay? Yeah, that's gonna be the broadcast for you. Who's gonna pick those vegetable ass folks? That's gonna be the broadcast for you. Alright? So now let's get back onto this black fatigue. But I got Brother Black Laren in here and I got Brother ABM in here. Brother Black Laren, sir. Let's try to bring it on the black fatigue. We'll give you your white fatigue probably Saturday or Sunday. Talk to me about black fatigue, sir. If you had to put it in the subcategory under that black fatigue umbrella, what would it be for you, sir?
For us, it's a psyop. For white folks, it's like the normal everyday thing for them. I think this is just another thing to really distract us and have us on another tangent, have us feeling victimized, have us getting angry, have us getting emotional. But ultimately, I mean, we've already known that white folks carry black fatigue. I mean, that's nothing new. But going off what Dr. Short was saying, I think they see the fall and they're like, damn, we gotta blame you niggers.
Negro, please.
They're
It's an all-white party.
they're ready.
Jigaboo away from me.
They're like, you motherfuckers, you niggas. Like, let's get the topic back to y'all, because like the stuff that's happening in white society is not going well. So like you niggas, let's get the topic back on y'all. So it's just another psyop.
This was an all-white party, huh?
Q stupid. Q, you a damn fool, Q. Hey, listen, goddamn, listen. Let me say this, man. Listen, the white apologist, okay? The all white folks ain't bad crew, and you know I know some good white folk as you folks are the fucking problem. Okay? Good white, you ain't got to tell white folks that you know some good white folks. Just know that there's some good white folks that exist. But
and the white folks know the good white folks too. They know they keep it over there.
That part, brother Black Lynn.
You know, they're like, yeah, like they're
keep
over
those
there.
good white folks away from those Negroes.
Yeah.
Keep them away, because they might do some shit. Everybody can bring up a John Brown. I don't know not one Negro that won't name drop John Brown whenever they get a chance to say some shit. Okay? That's the first thing a Negro will pull out the bag. John Brown. John was out there with us. Yeah, all right, nigga, sit down. All right? So again, you know, if you're a white devil, then it applies to you. But if it don't, then let it fly. You understand? Let me go to my brother ABM. Brother ABM, man, listen. Brother ABM said celebrity has had Black America in the chokehold. Okay, he despises. Yeah. He despises a bunch of Negroes who love the celebrity worship. Okay, I have to second that, but we're gonna go. I'll raise brother ABM, and I'll say the black politician. Okay, yeah, they can be categorized as a celebrity, but I'm gonna go right into the politics. Obama, the first black. Let's go right to that. That first black bullshit.
Thank you.
Yeah, Obama, you piece of shit.
I did not have sex with that.
You rolled in the Rainbow fucking Brigade,
I
sir.
did not have sex with that black woman. I did not.
Your name is Colby. You're going to learn to say your name. Let me hear you say it. What's your name?
Let me speak. I did not have sex with that.
I'm going to give you something, you take it. They gave you a name. It's a nice name. It's Colby. And it's going to be yours till the day you die.
Obama, what'd you do, Obama?
I did not have sex with that black woman. That's a lie. I did not do it.
I believe you. Yeah,
I did.
See, the house Negro was always like that.
Right.
Look, people, I'm going to just say to you point blank, the black politicians, the black elected officials, it should be called the black elected orifices. Okay, that is more effective, okay? Like Hakeem Jeffries at the Diddy parties. Y'all heard about that? And that people sticking cigars in people's assholes and stuff for Hakeem Jeffries.
Pause.
Yes, it's out of the Diddy party. I told you Hakeem wasn't shit. These people are sorry. What's this dude? Raz Baraka, who used to be laid up in bed with dudes getting high when I was at Howard. Yes, he did. I didn't say they're having sex, but if you're smoking weed in bed with another dude, a lot of strange shit could happen. So nothing whack that's happening. Yeah, I said it. Fuck them. Come on. Sue me so I can subpoena people that were in Carver Hall when his ass lived there. Fuck you, Raz. Okay?
What do you have to lose?
I said it. Okay?
Andrew Gillum, too.
I call him Gullet. And anytime you got, you have a white dude feeling your ass in a boat in front of the Statue of Liberty, right? I mean, eh, damn. And you know, I would just tell you, this is a real story, and you can call Mrs. Kelly, Brother Lone Wolf. I saw Andrew Gillum on CNN, and he looked so different. I didn't know who he was at first until they put the chyron, they fonted his name, and I was shocked. I called Latoya and said, "You got to turn on the TV. You've got to watch the mainstream news for a minute. You're not going to believe this." I says, "You need to look at Andrew Gillum's skin and look at his scalp." I says, "You know, God bless my mother, who's a cancer survivor, as I am. My mother worked with people with AIDS. My dad worked with people that had AIDS and and gay and all that stuff. And you could see the splotchy, glassy skin, the stuff in his hair. And I had told Kelly back in 2019, I used to wonder why, when you have Gay Pride Month and you see images, a lot of gay men have bald heads, all the hair is gone, and it's thinking, what is that about?
The
When
medication.
you see, it's the medication, as well as certain STDs kill the hair follicles.
Big toe.
And so when I see bald head or glassy patches in the hair and all, I start wondering, I mean, how are you getting down? Because your hair will snitch on you. I told her, you look at Gillum's head. Look at his skin. I don't know anything, sister. He's definitely doing crazy gay shit. And I told her within 2 weeks, he's going to have a sexual downfall.
Hey, Q, you got a bald head. Dr. Short saying you got something.
No.
hair.
Keeping your
You
hair
ain't got no
short.
hair.
Not everybody's that, but you see a lot of times you see white political types when they're on Capitol Hill and all, they go bald. A lot of people are bald because of how they're living. You can tell by the hair. Now look at how much damn hair I got. Even if a little receded, I got buku hair. If I cut this shit off, it'll be back in 2 weeks. Just to let you know, I'm a clean liver. Let anybody, this shit will grow right back. Okay? I see a lot of people.
Hey, listen, I'm in the gym. I'm in the gym a lot, Dr. Short. I got a bald head, goddammit.
Yeah, but that's genetic.
I'm living good. I drink my. Look. This water, this beverage right here, is ginger.
We're not talking about you. You're acting. You know what? You're doing that white fatigue shit or black fatigue. No,
Don't defend your balls.
no. I'm making a point. I told her, watch Gillum get in trouble. Within 2 weeks, I told her. I told Judge Joe Brown, I told a bunch of people, Gillum's going to be messing with the white gay porn star somewhere away from his house. You'll see. And within less than 2 weeks later, he got busted. Everybody called me and says, I told you. The same way I said.
Get this jigaboo away from me.
And I'm saying to you that you see Cory Booker's bald, Raz Baraka's ass is bald.
Cory Booker? Is he married? Because he gives.
Is he married?
Vibes, like,
Look, when you see Cory Booker dancing, when you see, when you see,
You a fool.
when you see Cory Booker dancing at a party,
Raz. It's not Roz. His name is Raz.
well, it sounds too much like
No,
ass.
honestly, that's his name. His name is. We think it's Roz. No. His name is Raz.
Yeah.
It's Raz J. Baraka.
Right, but you know what? Raz sounds so much like ass. We say
I
Roz.
knew he was gonna say that. I knew he was gonna fucking say that.
Pause.
And so, no, but I was saying something because he said a question about Cory Booker. Look, Cory Booker, I mean, it's no secret. If I have to send you that picture with Cory Booker with the tight pink shorts on and the tight pink shirt, I mean, look, come on,
his
guys.
favorite colors.
When you see Cory Booker dancing with the white dude on his back, I mean, in fact, there used to be this gay rock group called Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Raz is dancing like this soft gay porn music video. The song is called Relax. Relax, don't do it when you want to come, right? You see Raz, no, you see Cory Booker, and the way that little midget is on his back, it looks like the video of Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax. And that's basically talking about busting a nut in the nigga's ass, right? And I'm just telling you, this is what the
You're embarrassing yourselves, you're embarrassing our community.
and so I'm saying to you
You're
that
embarrassing yourselves, you're embarrassing our community.
Cory Booker, okay, you know that there's an allegation that Cory Booker tried to sexually assault a white gentleman in the bathroom. The allegation is that he broke into the bathroom stall to booty bust the dude, tried to. I didn't say it's true, but it's out there, and this has been kept out because Cory Booker is in the pocket of, what are these people? Hold on, let me finish. Y'all interrupt me. Please be quiet when I'm thinking. Okay, I forget the group. What are those folks that are over in Williamsburg and Brooklyn? The Jewish people in Brooklyn. And I can't. They're called something, and Hasidic. I knew I was going to say it with an H. He's in the pocket of Hasidic Jews. Cory Booker. They took him to Newark to take out Sharp James and to destroy the black power and influence in Newark. And Cory Booker, I mean, proof of that, there's a book that Roger Stone wrote. I did a little bit with it. It's out. It's on Cory Booker. But just remember, when that guy, Jussie Smollett, or as I call him, Pussy Smollett, the guy from Empire, lied about the guys trying to hang him, and I went public and said it's not true. This is some homo shit that went on between him and somebody that he knew. Because I said that little ass rope that he said was around that neck, that person's trying to help him climax. They weren't trying to lynch him because you use a much thicker rope. That's a sex rope where I want to like intensify your orgasm or whatever. Jussie Smollett went to two, I believe, closeted politicians, and he went to Lee Daniels, who's definitely gay, and the whole gay mafia to come after and attack Trump used Jussie. And who were those people? In fact, it was called the Emmett Till bill. They put Emmett Till, who's a distant cousin of mine's, name on a bill to protect gay people that Cory Booker was pushing. They made it seem as if it's anti-lynching, and in reality, it was protect pedophiles and sodomites harassing people in public restrooms. They should call it basically protect ass fuckers bill. Right? Or pedophile and ass fuckers defense bill. And that bill was supposed to come off of Jussie Smollett. The other person that I think is bi or ambisexual, I mean, who looks a lot like Joe Morton from the show Scandals, is Kamala Harris. Just change your nose a little bit. She looks just like Joe Morton. And she does. She does look like a man. And you can't screw all these people and not be kind of weird. She's probably went to a lot of Diddy parties, and Kamala's a freak, and Cory's a freak. And and if you look at who Cory Booker, I mean, so Cory Booker is in the pocket. None of these people represent black people. The same way Hakeem Jeffries was at these, it's been reported in the trial for Diddy, at Cold War pro-communist homoerotic sex parties sponsored by Diddy. Freak-offs were a bunch of Latin dudes who are like all greased down for Hakeem to look at them. And all the people that get put in high places are degenerate black people. So, I mean, Cory Booker is just a jilted lover away from being exposed. The thing is he must be messing with white dudes with money, Because if it was some broke person that didn't get a Bentley or a car, maybe they'd go public. But yeah, I think Cory Booker's a queen. I think a lot of folks are queens. It's like I told y'all, TD Jakes and the Pootie House, because they ain't putting nothing together in there.
Well, I'll tell you what that. With that being said, gentlemen, we're gonna get ready to shut it down. Brother Black Larry, brother, what are your final thoughts on this subject matter here? So let's get up out of this 3 hours.
Oh, by the way,
We'll
somebody
see
was
you,
mentioning that Cory Booker's related to RuPaul. So you know what? Drinking Mountain Dew seems to run in their family.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think,
Brother Black Larry,
yo, we're like the last Pat Talk. This one, I'm looking forward to the next one, White Fragility. But I think that we're having some productive discussions, and we're really facing the reality of what's going on. And I think it's us leading into the summer. People are outside. People are really expressing themselves. So I think we're really doing some productive stuff here with these conversations, and we gotta keep it going. It's exciting, and I hope the listeners are getting something out of it. I definitely am. We even had a white man that his meth lab blew up. He went outside, tapped in. I mean, that's something I haven't seen at Pat Talk. So we got some things going on,
And I hope people donate to this thing. We should be getting super chat and all kinds of stuff. It's amazing how much stuff this is why I'm saying black people are on their F- game. This is why it's energizing people who hate our guts. You know, the worst thing to do if you had a bunch of bullies that wanted to kick your ass is to go out and get high and drunk and hang around them. Like that black dude who got drowned out in California, I think, and he was in a white fraternity and his ass is dead, dummy. You know, we're suicidal too. A lot of black folks have a death wish. They hate God because they're not white. They really want to show God. So they hang with godless white people to try to get God back for not making them white. And as a result, really bad things happen to them. But what people can do is they should give to this show. For all the people in the Angry Black Men's Book Club that are watching, I don't know how many you got, but I got about 90 watching on my platforms. We absolutely need people to support it. In fact, I want to let everybody know, brother, I'm on the Angry Black Men's Book Club on YouTube, or as I say, YouTube. We should be doing some reading tonight. I'm going to take some drugs, some natural drugs. I'm going to take some guarana and NAC and some ashwagandha and some shilajit. And I want to do some reading.
Nice combo.
Oh, yes, it's wonderful. And, I mean, I hope you guys like my Ofago mask. I just have to put some more holes in it because, I don't know, this is more real than he is. They actually made him black to make people hate him. They made him darker. I mean, that's deep. They make certain that people hate his ass. And he's darker than me. And, you know, I went to school with Obama. Obama's lighter than I am. But we want people to support this platform. People should give before you leave. Who could give $5? Somebody should be able to give Chef C, who works so hard. And he has to kiss white women's ass all day long, cooking for them and shit. Putting on his Uncle Ben's.
I know.
Putting on his Uncle Ben's slave hat.
Everybody should be cash apping at least $5 right now.
Yeah, it should be. And for me, folk know. They know my cash app is $DrRandyShort. Drop it on there because the same way I was teaching these young guys today. In fact, I see a Bible I'm gonna give to. I had these Bibles I wanted to give to these young brothers, and I found one more, so I'm gonna put it aside so I can give it to my guy before he leaves town. And that's about it. But I want you guys to know that the Angry Black Men's Book Club loves Pat Talk. And before I'll be a feminist slave, I'll be buried in my grave, right? We hate feminism. We can't stand racists. We hate pussy mouth, brother fucking weak simp ass dudes. I mean, abortion clinic getaway driving niggas who want all their babies dead, who are bitching about anchor babies of other races. Have your own fucking black babies and take care of them, right? We're going to have this conversation, and I don't care. And all of you sisters having sex cots against the truth, since most of y'all are overweight, we're not really impacted because a lot of us are adverse about going out with overweight women. So unless you're a slim woman that's in reasonable shape, you can withhold all your pussy like Whoopi Goldberg. In fact, she said her pussy's closed. I said, you know what? Your pussy's been closed. It's your mouth that's open. We know you, Whoopi. We don't care. This is a platform where we hate feminism. I mean HATE, feminism. And we're going to destroy it one conversation at a time. We hate racism too. However, feminism is the worst racism that's active in our community. Chef C, you see all the women killing babies and all the stories they keep sending you, women putting babies in toasters and ovens and such, and then blaming black men. His father wasn't here. So you put his ass in the stove because his dad's not at home. Who taught her that? So we're going to keep doing this. We're going to keep making feminists angry, until we bring this thing down. We're going to embolden some black men to think the world's bigger than the prepuce of their penis. And a lot of y'all got shankers on your penis and won't even go in and get checked. The world is bigger than your dick. And if you swing both ways, it's bigger than your asshole and your dick. That's a little more complex, but it's confused still. The world is bigger than your pussy, ladies. It is not the depth of your pussy, it's the content of your character. Okay. Okay. So, anyway.
This nigga Dr. Short, goddamn.
So, we're gonna have real conversations, and no, we're just being honest. Aren't you guys sick of the bullshit? Like going to the barber shop and you got.
To Whoopi Goldberg, we done took the gap.
Yeah, well,
tonight,
Whoopi Goldberg ain't shit. She's got enough cob.
But
I mean, it's true, and so this. I hope somebody's listening. Please, please, please be prepared. We're not going anywhere, and I mean, everybody. Hate somebody feminist that you know. I don't mean put your hands on them. Don't speak to them. In fact, if you're a woman, wear an apron. In fact, I was talking to Chef about women should start wearing aprons to show that they're not feminists, that they're loyal to black men. We haven't done it, but we're going to put together. We're going to have a loyalty oath that, and we're going to swear in black women that are true. And if you're disloyal, we'll know who you are. But you know what? Things that women can do, like I said, learn how to cook, get your toenails done. I mean, your hands, y'all overdoing that. Do the feet now. I mean, nobody wants hard cheddar cheese rubbing on them at night. Work on yourself. Even Lizzo's ass is losing weight. I mean, that's revolutionary. That she went from looking like a Zeppelin to like a bottle of mayonnaise in a year. All of y'all asses can do this.
What do you have to lose?
And for brothers, please. And I said this to Tariq Nasheed when they interviewed me. To the young people listening, give the other sex a chance. Ignore what you hear. If you want to be rebellious, be straight and God-fearing. You want to be a rebel? Love pussy if you're a man, love dick if you're a woman, and love God if you're human. You want to be radical and make everybody mad? Love God and love heterosexuality and love sharing and helping other people. Be a real rebel. Rebel against bullshit. Stop conforming to bullshit. Stop being a stupid-ass, baby-killing, pork-chop feminist who knows that you bisexual hoes out there, that the man not only munches your cooch better than your girlfriend does, he pays for it. Stop double dipping hoes and be wives again.
Who better not live?
Shout out to Dr. Short. Shout out to Dr. Short right there. That's all I can say to that. This nigga's crazy. Let me go to Brother ABM. Brother ABM, man, you got your final thoughts, man. Salute for checking in, man. And I appreciate you again for becoming a sponsor to today's broadcast, sir.
No problem, man. Hey, listen, final thoughts. We're going to have to start learning to come out of our pockets and support what you claim you want. You claim you want patriarchy. You claim you want grassroots black media. Well, then it's time to support the channel. I'm getting tired of hearing people, it's 60, 70, 100 people watching the shit. And it's all these comments. Everybody's joking and trolling in the comments, but nobody's supporting with the dollars. But meanwhile, you won't hesitate to go down to the corner Indian liquor store, get your drink. You support the weed boys in front of the liquor store more than you support the channels that you claim you like. As Dr. Short said a second ago, you have no problem with buying cooch, wigs, nails, lashes. Support the damn channel. Come out your pocket, support the damn channel. Mm-hmm. It's not going to kill you.
And you know what? Sisters spend a lot of money in gay clubs. I never understood that. Sisters that hate gay men, but they party with gays. Y'all fucking psychos. You go to a place where no one will ask you for pussy and then go on something, chat and complain about no one asking you. I'm confused. And I'm 60.
Speaking of women, this week the report came out: 100,000 black women lost jobs.
160,000. Or 106. 106 or 160.
Black fatigue. Listen, that's black fatigue. Trump told you 2 years ago he was sick of you niggas. He told you this day was coming.
Dr. Short told you 6 years ago that they're going to start dogging sisters. 6 years ago.
There's going to be a lot of tired black motherfuckers standing in front of gas stations asking black men to give you gas money. Mm-hmm. Black fatigue is black men tired of getting text messages with women asking them to cash app them lunch money. Mm-hmm. The days of playing games with black men are over. And speaking of the job report, black men gained jobs in May. So black women lost 100,000 jobs, 160,000 jobs. Black men gained 50,000. Don't look now, feminists, but things are...
And you know what else? There's going to be, when they lay off all those people, let's just be honest. Every woman has a natural home business. Basically, you have a food truck. Literally every woman, whether they're married or not, is basically a living pussy truck. You were born with the business. And my thing is that a lot of people aren't managing it properly. And so, we can have this conversation. But what happens when the economy crashes, if there are too many people with pussy trucks competing, the price is going to go down for the burrito or whatever it is that you're selling. And that's why, the smarter thing to do is to get married, to rediscover being a wife, and being able to cover those two bases I talked about. An empty scrotum and a full stomach. It's really not that hard. It's a pretty easy job to cover that, because a lot of people aren't even picky about what they'll eat. They'll even eat you. The thing is, make certain that using that masking kill regularly. Nobody wants to get strep throat off of a dirty cooch. It's really bad, right? So, right. Pay attention to detail under the hood. Get the little corners. Don't miss the spot. It's important, especially if someone's a telemarketer and you take them out because you didn't clean yourself, and then you want to be munched out, and then you ruin somebody, so then they can't work. Then you'll be mad. I thought we were going to Red Lobster. I can't go. Too bad, right? So, come on.
Well, listen. Let me go to my brother Q, man. Brother Q, man. Your final thoughts, sir. Salute to Q. Brother Q, your final thoughts.
Kobe be good nigga for master. Good nigga. Don't get Toby Wade. Kobe be good for your hand, boss. Good for your hand, master. All right. All right.
Damn fool. You crazy.
Hey, man. Q, let me know what's shaking, man. Stupid.
Learn how to get along with black men. They're too lazy to sell pussy like back in the day. This ain't the 70s no more. Learn how to get along with a black man again. That's the equivalent of being a farmer. That's the equivalent of growing your own food. Learn how to get along with a black man so you can have extra income in your home. Shit is real.
And extra inches in your loin. I mean, it all one hand washes the other, right?
Q, you got the flow, man.
Hey, I'll be in Flint in August, that's all. I will be in Flint, Michigan in August, man.
Yes,
Flint still got bad water, regardless what the EPA said. The residents saying the water is still bad. Flint is a sister city like any other urban city in the Union where Democratic leadership has sold black people out.
Is the mayor still a black woman?
Yeah.
And she's boule. So it's a light-skinned bitch in one of those Greek letter organizations. I think she's a Delta. And she's not doing shit. You know, that's the other thing. Having a pussy doesn't make you a freedom fighter, although it can free you if you get yourself some. We need to up our game, sisters. You know, Betsy Ross was a white woman that had black women make the first American flag in Baltimore. And she didn't just sit on the fact that she had a cooch as a white woman. She actually did something to back up her white men fighting to create a country where she could piss on and get you guys to be feminists and kill babies and hate your brothers. What is the work of black women to turn black America around? Find something to do, whether it's making a sweet potato pie or at least telling your fat sister, like, did you see that one I sent you the thing on, Chef C? The 700-pound sister that got down to 600 pounds and she died. And she had a belly that looked like she was giving birth to Fat Albert as an adult. It's very important, right? And so, yeah, I'm deliberately making this hard to listen to. Because you know what? We've heard sisters yapping and bitching our whole lives. Pat Talk is designed to be a reaction to decades of listening to feminist the psychopathy of crazy pork chop feminist vaginal monologue. And so now we're men talking stupid like women did from the late 60s to now. If you don't like it, you're actually having a black male experience. I figure if all black men just start saying what the fuck they actually think or feel, the other black women that get annoyed, the same way white people get annoyed when we talk about shit, we may be able to get a real dialogue. And things will go from basically what most black men do, which is begging for pussy or food, that we can have a more complicated discussion as human beings, if you can grant me that.
Well, I'll say this, salute to you as well. Let me give a real salute real quick to Bionic real fast, coming through with the final, well, with another cash app to help support the program. I appreciate you, Bionic, man. Salute. Definitely. Appreciate your contribution, fam. Coming through in the clutch on the end there. And salute to our brother Q. He's out in Flint, August, y'all. Make sure y'all see what our brother Q is on and keep it posted on what the brothers got going on over there. Particularly on Tuesdays, though. I also want y'all to be aware, he's doing some good work with the sisters over there on Tuesday. Make sure y'all tap in to Q's broadcast on Tuesdays.
With Sister Azima, my big sister out of St. Louis.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Sister Azima is every Tuesday, and actually Chief Mimi comes every other Tuesday, who's also a
friend of Dr. Short's as well. Very interesting information that those sisters are bringing. Knowing who you are and understanding what's the difference between laws, policies, and amendments. Very important that we understand there's a difference between all three. And right now we're going into understanding the implications of the 14th Amendment.
Come on.
No, there's some fly stuff they got going on over there, y'all. I've been tapping into it on my little travels, and leaving my little likes, catching they spin backs. But they really they're really excavating some shit over there, y'all, and they dropping hella game. So definitely tap in. I believe they do what, 7 o'clock? Is it 7 or 8 o'clock over there?
It's 9. It's 9.
Okay.
9 p.m. every Tuesday. Like I said, it's very, very interesting information that's being given when you information that you know coincide with information that other people bring in. It gives you clarity on who you are, and it's very important that we know who we are. It's very important that to know who. Everything is not going to be applicable for everybody that say they black. And we need to understand that clarity needs to be explained. So every Tuesday we do it on Let's Talk True at 9 o'clock. And understand, like I said, that, it's very, very important for us to know the two constitutions. It's not one, it's two. And understanding that it's supposed to be a constitutional republic. And what's a corporation? And what's America? What is the United States? What is a constitutional republic? So understanding it's a bunch of moving parts and how the President Trump, how he's opening some doors that if SCOTUS attacks the 14th Amendment, not attacks it, but addresses the 14th Amendment. And realize one thing, the 14th Amendment, you guys, has never been ratified. And how, if SCOTUS looks into the 14th Amendment, what could be the ramifications of them discussing an amendment that was never ratified? It's there, but it's not there.
Hey, so my motto is just say go. Just say go. And if they're worried about what to do for construction, my motto is hire black. So just say go, everybody. Just say go. Just say go.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother.
Just say go.
Q, that is phenomenal work you guys, you ladies, well, guys and the ladies are doing over there at Q. I've been flowing with it on the low. Like I never been able to really catch it live, but my little 6 a.m.s, I'll be having that in the background. It's heavy shit, y'all chop it down over there, man.
Yeah, because it's important because a lot of times you'll hear of certain people feel like they're practicing their sovereignty and they don't have a license and they're able to travel without a license, and you be hearing this stuff and you sometimes think that it's a bunch of wackos, and it's really not the case. Getting to understand, like when you step into a courtroom, all of these symbols, Lady Justice having a blindfold, and all of this stuff has a lot of stuff going on when you're going into a superior court, and what's being just, who does it affect? What makes you a citizen?
I've got a question to ask you. Do you know why Lady Justice has a blindfold? Because she didn't get any of the Diddy punch. That's why.
I knew that was coming. Yeah, Brother Otto in the chat, it was never ratified. So it's very important that we understand it, and understanding how one of the things that I
actually like, and I'm gonna just finish it up, is when a justice SCOTUS, when they make a decision, a lot of times we only read what was affirmed by Supreme Court. It's very important that we also understand what was in the dissenting opinion, because the dissenting opinion becomes law. The dissenting opinion, for the most part, will be able to be used in an oral argument. Right now, you have a bunch of rogue judges running around doing a bunch of stuff in different areas of the country, and they can do that. But I'm explaining to you, these judges can do what they're doing. SCOTUS cannot get involved until those judges get challenged. SCOTUS cannot do nothing on their own. They can't do nothing. They can't do nothing until a case is brought before them. Once a case is brought before them, that's when SCOTUS can step in and make decisions. So I know a lot of times be like, damn, why the Supreme Court ain't saying nothing? Why they just letting stuff go on? They can't say nothing until a case is brought before them. And then they decide to make certain decisions. And I know a lot of people that are black don't like Justice Thomas or feel Justice Thomas has sold out. Let's read some of his dissenting opinions. Some of his dissenting opinions will support what you think black people in America are deserving of.
Facts.
Salute to Brother Q. I'm going to go to Brother Wolf. We get ready to shut this thing down. Brother Wolf, man, let everybody know how they can get a hold of you, sir. Matter of fact, hold on. Excuse me. Wait 1 minute here. Thank you hard.
I'm gonna say these words. Have you considered a handgun? Have you considered a revolver? Have you considered a shotgun? Have you considered a semi-automatic rifle? Look, we're in some very interesting times. And as I open the broadcast today with the words from Dr. Clark, that people who don't put no respect on their ancestors, their offspring won't respect them. And we're here. I would encourage everybody to just check out the video, the tape that he produced. We are 66 years away from that video that was aired in 1959, Dan Rather, and it actually introduced Malcolm X.
It's not Dan Rather, it's Mike Wallace.
But yeah, Mike Wallace.
Okay.
To the whole nation. Check it out. Because we're talking about fatigue, but we ain't talking about the roots of the fatigue. Okay. And with that said, again, just go to lwftraining.com and just hook me up and leave a message. But I need you guys to really consider being responsible gun owners and users. We're in some, again, very volatile times. And it's time to get serious. I enjoyed the broadcast tonight. All those who supported, who shared, who liked, who donated. But look, y'all gonna stop robbing us. The scripture says,
really be clear about that.
will a man rob God?
Well, we'll say,
Yes,
would
he will.
a nigga rob God? Absolutely, dead ass right, he would.
It don't cost you nothing to share. It don't cost you nothing to like. It don't cost you nothing to send you $1 or $2.
And treat us like we white. Because you know what? White folk be supporting white supremacists. Black people do not support black folk who support black self-respect. So you know what? The Bible says where your heart is, there's the treasury. If your heart is in white supremacy or in Asian Pacific supremacy or Nuestra Familia supremacy, then our black asses may as well just do mass suicide. In fact, give ourselves a big gulp Jim Jones cup of Kool-Aid and just do white supremacy a favor.
And I'll say in with this, look, this is Malcolm X. He would have been 100 years old on the 19th. 100. I think you need to put some respect on him. It's still relevant as it was some 60-something years ago. So some respect on Malcolm. And I'm going to land my plane with that.
And Chef C,
hold on one second, Brother Short. Hold on 1 second. Yes, indeed.
I'm going to invite some people if you want to come over. I have a book on the mass killing of black people all over the South following the Civil War. And I was going to do a little bit of reading on that for the Angry Black Men's Book Club as the teaser. And so just let them know that I'm on YouTube, the Angry Black Men's Book Club. And we keep it real up in here. And I want to thank the 3,020 subscribers. You know that I should have 30, but that's all right. We'll just keep doing it, you know, until the house comes down. But I want people to check that out, so I'm going to grab that. And from the Reverend Dr. or Bishop, Right Reverend Bishop Dr. Stephen N. Short Senior Library, from which we do the Angry Black Men's Book Club, I will be reaching into my family archives, and we're going to be reading tonight. I may take, in fact, they got a couple of good books, and they'll be talking about black people defending themselves. You didn't get your freedom with niggas marching, getting bit by dogs. That John Lewis shit, he like getting beat because he's a sissy, people. Let's just be honest about that. To me, once you find out John Lewis like, you know, gay shit, I mean, him getting beat has a whole different thing to me. I see why he was on the front lines. We didn't get free getting our asses beat begging. We got free because people like my great grandfather, Basil Kelly, who became a sergeant in the Union Army. That's some major shit there. These folks took up guns and shot at people. My other grandfather, Lancaster, and by the way, both men served in the Civil War in their 60s. My grandfather Basil was born either on 1800 or 1801 or in the 1790s and fought in the Civil War starting in 1861, meaning he was either 60 or 61 when he decided to fight. My other grandfather was born in 1792. 1792, 1796, whichever. We'll just say it 5, which means he was 66 when he started fighting in the Civil War. 66. That's 6 years older than I am. That was an old, high-yellow nigga that hated slavery and racism. We shot our way to freedom. And I want y'all to donate because I got this book I gotta buy, and it talks about some massacres of black people in the Civil War I haven't even heard of. We need to start talking about how bloody this thing has been. We have our heads up our asses, as Diddy and other people would like, and I'm trying to pull that head out. If you put your head somewhere, put it in the pussy, not in the ass. Okay. Uh, we can dispute that later, but just for general purposes, an exit will never be an entrance. Okay, and a slave never becomes free. Okay, and I'll tell you something about black folks. We got a very interesting habit. A slave never bites the hand that whips it.
This nigga, you just gonna drop the mic like that, nigga? All right, salute the brother Dr. Short, God damn it. You was just gonna drop the fucking mic. Salute the brother Dr. Short, God damn it. Well, listen here. Y'all make sure y'all go over to brother Dr. Short. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, this was one of those kind of broadcasts, ladies and gentlemen, we had the brothers in here full and heavy today, just to have the conversation. All right? I gotta tell you, man, as we constantly look forward to trying to bring these particular programs to y'all, some might say, hey, well, these niggas is coons too. I said, well, listen, if being honest, actively honest about the collective of our people is wrong, then I think there's some soul searching that you would have to do on your own to get a better understanding of what you're not doing. Because the majority of the men that speak on this platform, they're active in their communities. So with that being said, black fatigue, yeah, I just would say we have black disappointment in areas where we would ultimately want to see so much better for our community. And it just keeps on coming up short. There's still hope, fam. I believe that Black America will get its act together collectively to make some of the changes that are necessary to get exactly what it is that we need as a people. There's going to have to be some things that have to get cleaned up, and it's just a part of the process. So I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. Make sure you also go and subscribe to my alternate platform, The Cook Up with Chef C. On that platform, we don't do the blackity black. We just do food. But you want your blackity black dosage, you come over here and you get it unapologetically, ladies and gentlemen. Also, make sure don't you hesitate to go check out my brother Juan J. Johnson, LWF Trend. He is our sponsor for season 2 of On That Next. Alright? And definitely check out any of the other brothers that have been on here today and go support their programs. Go check him out. Solid brothers. Alright? So I want to thank all of y'all for joining us here today, ladies and gentlemen. This is Pat Talk. I want you to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as always, okay, in a system of white degeneracy, you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. My name is Chef C, and I'm out. Salute.
And to death, Negroes are my enemy.
enemy. Scared to death, Negroes are my enemy.
Brother Juan, you there, sir?
I am here. I am here.
Okay. Oh man, I knew the broadcast would be the way it was, but not that kind of way. But it
It's always expect the unexpected with these broadcasts. Never know how it's going to turn. I wish I could have heard more Black Larry. That youth perspective, man. Because I wish I could have heard a little more what he had to say.
Well, this is why I'm going to, he came up with his chest out. This is why I like him. So, this is, but see, this is what I do enjoy. He's getting more confident about being on the platform, and he has clearly found a place that he genuinely connects with, and that's what I do like about what is happening here with the Pat Talk situation. People are genuinely connected with it. Brother, I believe Brother Dr. Short is still going to be live on his end. Brother Short, are you going to be? You doing?
Yes, I'm gonna.
Subject matter.
Yeah, I got this book here, and I told people I'd be coming back. I just went upstairs to get some drugs. I'm gonna do drugs with my audience. I don't give a damn if they don't like it.
So yeah, so I was just saying, man, it turned out to be very good. It turned out to be very good. We covered on what we needed to cover, so that was cool. We got everybody that's wanted to speak their piece anyway, so we're good for.
So, hey everybody, give me exactly another second or two, because I got all the stuff I wanted to share, and I've reorganized this a little bit. It's a little more sane down here. I'm not finished, but give me exactly, I'm gonna drug a little bit, grab my book table, and we gonna read. Thank God for literacy. There's a connection between freedom and reading. and we got to take advantage of this. So while I'm still able to see, let me see, I may put this up on my fake book page. Let me get my other book table. And this is one of the books. It's real small too. In fact, let me put my other YouTube channel up so I can reach the maximum number of people and to manipulate the algorithm. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna just grab the table. Wow. This is so great. Oh my. So thank all you guys for working with me. This has been something. I mean, this 60 years. Damn. Wow. So yes, I'm going to have some drugs. I'm so glad. And I'm going to take drugs. You can watch me. I don't give a damn. I'm going to use it in front of y'all. This is really good. When you get my age, you know, bergamot. Bergamot's really good for your testosterone. Whether you just want to feel healthy or bust a nut, get yourself some. It's inexpensive, and I really love it. Hold on. What's going on with this YouTube? I don't want to see this. Let me put my YouTube on, and I hope that you guys are good. So Angry Blackman Book Club with Dr. Randy Short. Please retweet this, everybody. Let folk know we're up. We're up. I'm here. Got my back brace on and my heating pad, heating my behind up so my back will feel better. That's the reason there was a lapse. I mean, every time I turn around, there's been a health challenge this year, but we have to keep doing. Let me see. We want to make this public. We want to select audience. This is not for kids. And let me see. Turn. And we're about to go live on this one. And yes, I'm gonna take a couple of natural supplements. Oh my God, I have no idea how good it is to you. Okay. Hold on. Wow. Okay. Let me see. And I just want to drug a little. So I'm going to take some bergamot. And it's good for you. Oh my God, it's good. I left my magnesium upstairs. But I'm going to take a bunch of these. Let me see. I have some ashwagandha. Good stuff. So yes, I can be good and high. I like being high when I do my readings. Everybody should be high. And all you people that smoke weed and all this other stuff that I don't do. I couldn't even handle the weed oil. I just can't believe people like getting high that way. That was stupid to me. I couldn't handle it. I got some guarana. And let me see. What else? Hold on. Where's something I can put this stuff in? I brought it downstairs instead of doing it up there. Where's my Shilajit? Here it is. Oh yes, Shilajit. Mm, mm, mm. Shilajit is just awesome. Uh, what do you guys use? Anybody take anything? Uh, and I have some neck. I need to get another bottle. That's okay. I'm gonna get jacked up in here. I'm gonna be. I'll add some moringa in there. Just take a whole bunch of pills. So I'm nice and zooted for Jesus. And I don't know where's my white Jesus. It's somewhere around here. I'll find him, or he'll find me. You can't hide from white Jesus. He knows where you are. So, and y'all know y'all like white Jesus too. Y'all had white Jesus in your family. Your grandmother. Jesus got black in the 60s. That's when we got lost. We need to bring white Jesus back so black people can love each other and have a movement. Please come back, white Jesus. I miss you. Anyway. Hold on. Just a little bit longer. And then we'll be in this. Oh, I got maca root. I got it by the bag. I have a huge, like a 3-pound bag of maca root. Where is that? My maca root's over here. Thank you for mentioning that. I forgot ashwagandha and maca root. So someone mentioned it. Here you go. Maca root extract. I'm gonna put some lemon balm in my drink. Spike it. Yes. Put some lemon balm in my drink, and then I'm gonna put some ashwagandha in my drink. Yes, I'm getting high for Jesus. And you're right, I'm gonna use this maca root. I have not even opened the thing up. Let me get my ginseng. Then we can get busy. How many people have seen Sinners? You know, Sinners has made that money now. Sinners has made the money. Sinners has made a whole lot of money. It's my ginseng. I'm getting from the bottom of the barrel. Yes, I need to be high for my audience. Our people are very unforgiving. We don't like when people don't do well. Okay. Maca root and ashwagandha. Put a shot of that. It's decent. Are you a Blackfoot Indian for real? I think that's cool. Okay. DeCarlo, okay, good. I got some Blackfoot. You're folk from Carolina, Nash County, Pitt County, Greene County. Where are your people from? I'm going to start doing genealogy next month. I believe everything will be more normal here. When your mom gets sick, it messes your world up. A lot of us have Blackfoot Indian in our family. We got a lot of us, we need to start getting more serious about our roots. Judah, you're in Baltimore. There's no excuse that you haven't met me. I just had the brother drive from Ohio to meet me. Are you just up the street? Judah, I'm off of Rhode Island Avenue. Rhode Island Avenue, Judah, is known as Baltimore Road. Yeah, but you need to, I'm talking about meet me and come to the city. Don't talk about Terra Cafe. That don't count. Meet me in my city. I met you in yours. All right, y'all. And I want to let everyone know, once we clear this month of May, my mom's doing so much better. I just saw that she stole my coconut bars. We like coconut bars. She killed them, but at least she's alive, right? So I'm not gonna complain. I won't complain, right? It beats them being in the hospital. Oh, and one more thing. DHEA, do y'all use this? It's good. Please use it. Oop, 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 oop. I've been dropping this stuff like I am high. I'm not that high. That was bad coordination. Let me pick this up. I'm going to take a couple of these. And we'll start in just a second. All right, that's out of the way. I want to remind everyone that August of this year will be 60 years since the urban rebellion that people call the Watts Riot occurred. I was just a very small baby. I don't remember Watts, but I remember Newark. And I'm going to and racial violence is inevitable in this country. I don't want anyone to hurt anyone else. I'm for peace, but there are a lot of people who don't want peace. They want violence, they want war, they want hate, right? And they will stop at nothing to get it. And it's time for us to accept that. I mean, I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want anyone to hurt anybody else, but I know other people don't care. We have to be realistic about that. And so I want everybody to start thinking about being safe. So hold on one second. I'm reading William A. Blair, and I'm going to just tell you all about this. And this thing, I just saw something that made me mad in the book. And I'm going to tell you all about it. and something I should have had pointed out to me 30 years ago, and more than 30 years ago. Okay, I'm just putting this on fake book. Okay, almost done. Almost done. I just had to have this book, and we have to have this discussion. How many of you know that the people in St. Louis who've been destroyed by the tornado haven't gotten any help? Okay, give me one more second here. I just want to send this to some groups. Uh, let's see. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay, everyone, here we go. We're live all over the place. And I am thrilled to read for you once again. Oh, and let me share with you the book so everyone can see it and everybody can know about it. It's a real good book, and there are a couple of these I'm going to do portions of it, but this book is called The Record of Murders and Outrages. I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to read some of it, and it's going to talk about what happened to black people supposedly when slavery ended. And again, please retweet this space. Please retweet this room. Take a moment to do that. I need people to like this. I get a lot of opposition because, and I just reading books, right? A lot of opposition to what I'm doing. If you follow me and we talk about stuff, they don't want you to read or write. They don't want us thinking. I'm going to be looking at this, and let me read the whole title. This is a record of murders and outrages. The subtitle, Racial Violence and the Fight Over Truth at the Dawn of Reconstruction by William A. Blair. If you're on my StreamYard channel, you're able to see this better. Again, the record of murders and outrages, racial violence, and the fight over the truth at the dawn of Reconstruction. And this book is talking about people that were documenting the rapes, beatings, tortures. What most people, when we talk about reparations, a lot of people don't know that whenever you have a war, you have a post-conflict period. People don't really get into that. In fact, when they talk about Reconstruction, they don't really put in the context that Reconstruction wasn't just rebuilding the country, it was also ending the war because people were still fighting when the Civil War ended. People continued to murder and kill, in particular, black people all over the United States. I've seen figures as high as 30,000, at least 30,000 black people were murdered in cold blood when the Civil War ended in April 1865. That's a lowball number. My friends, maybe 100, 200,000 black people were killed and wounded after the Civil War. Brutalized, beaten, attacked. They don't really know. When people start talking about this white fatigue, black fatigue, it's complete bullshit. I mean, this thing, white people have been at war with black people for hundreds of years. And we've had to put up with it. They've had the army, the government, and everything. And you get a black person here or there that's out of order or whatever and act like the world's ending. But literally, organized, not just the Ku Klux Klan, there were massacres where they just killed all the women and children and men. And it's just nothing done about it. They didn't even have enough people to document it. So this is just a limited review of maybe for the Freedmen's Bureau. They didn't have thousands of people. They had maybe less than a few hundred people covering close to 500,000 square miles. That's amazing when you think of New York City as having 30,000, somewhere between 25 to 30,000 policemen. And a post-conflict period where you're dealing with 4 million or more black people, and they didn't have 1,000 people serving that many people. So just be understanding when you see these numbers, don't let 100 blacks dead here or there lead you to think that you got it, an accurate figure. They don't know. So if you'd be so kind, again, I'm going to read William A. Blair's A Record of Murders and Outrages, Racial Violence, and the Fight Over the Truth at the Dawn of Reconstruction. And I'm not going to do all of it, but I'm going to do portions. And I have some other books, but we'll get to those. And I'm going to show you some tables. And I'm kind of mad, but I'll explain to you why. And introduction. While working on research for another project some 30 years ago, This guy's right after I left the University of Virginia, which is where he is. I took a break from cranking microfilm in Alderman Library at the University of Virginia. Walking through the stacks, I spotted reels from the National Archives containing material from the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, commonly called the Freedmen's Bureau. At that time, I thought the material might inform my thinking about the appropriate end point of my research, which potentially straddled on the end of the Civil War and the early days of Reconstruction. Taking one reel back to my reader, I threaded through the spool and stopped at a title page that read, "Records Relating to Murders and Outrages." The title startled me. Such powerful words in the government record dating from that era made it clear that its creators were reporting bona fide atrocities. And inclusion within the Freedmen Bureau's archives indicated that African Americans had been the targets. But who had originated the reports and for what purpose? Had they helped bring the perpetrators to justice, or did the material present another example of information gathered by bureaucracy only to be filed and ignored in the bowels of the government archives? It turned out that the records relating to the murders and outrages were central to one of the most important conflicts of the Reconstruction era, a conflict that was at its heart a war over trustworthy information. The thousands of pages that make up the records that reveal the federal agents gathered intelligence to prove the pervasiveness of racial conflict and violent atrocities against the freed people of the Reconstruction South. The moment was awash in debate and confusion, particularly about the accuracy of the news that had begun to emanate out of the former Confederate states about such atrocities. In the first months after the end of the Civil War, disputes over information raged along partisan lines. Democrats and conservative Republicans accused the radicals in Congress of distorting the extent of the criminal behavior perpetrated by white Southerners. The critics alleged that the radicals fabricated or exaggerated the stories of violence in order to send the military into the South on a supposed mission of mercy that hid a base motive to expand the party's base to black manhood suffrage. And a media landscape that was partisan as the halls of government, Democrats and conservative Republicans refused to believe the correspondence from opposing newspapers about the lawlessness. Doubters also rejected the testimony from witnesses that delivered before congressional committees under oath and denied the existence of the Ku Klux Klan. Even when confronted with seemingly hard evidence, critics dismissed the murders, rapes, assaults, and other outrages on black people as either cultural or social conflicts rather than struggles over political power to maintain white supremacy. They claimed that if black Americans experienced crime, it was nothing more than the usual violence occurring everywhere in America, including between white people. They also claimed without proof that white people were more often the victims of outrages perpetrated by black people. I'll read that again. Including, they also claimed without proof, just like they do today, that white people were more often the victims of outrages perpetrated by black people. Even right after slavery, white people are the victims. Right after slavery, whites are the victims, not the slaves, not the ex-slaves. In an effort to produce unmistakable evidence, officers of the Freedmen's Bureau, stationed in southern communities after the Civil War, documented racial violence to show that the former rebels persecuted freed people and white Republicans through terrorism. Without the knowledge of President Andrew Johnson, which means the president, a racist bastard from Kentucky, against the president's wishes. They began to collect the data and eventually leaked it to the radical Republicans in the Senate. Their efforts contradicted Johnson's policies that supported the passage of legislation for the military rule of the South. The records also make it clear that black people laid their lives on the line to supply documentation. White supremacists resented the Freedmen's Bureau in their communities and used all forms of intimidation, including murder, to prevent African Americans from testifying about the injustices they faced. Freed people encountered a law enforcement system stacked against them in civil courts that failed to prosecute the criminals who perpetrated acts against them. Because of this, the Freedmen's Bureau officers estimated that they received only a fraction of the outrages committed against black people. They never got a real number for the rapes, murders, beatings, burnings, lynchings, arson. They don't know. The sacrifices that black people endured to share the testimony of white atrocities made an impact. Military reconstruction led to a newly elected Republican governments in the South, which in turn adopted black manhood suffrage. Those governments also ratified the 14th Amendment, which empowered the federal government to protect individual liberties. The intelligence on violence gathered by the Freedmen's Bureau influenced other debates and policy formation. The monthly reports exposed the election intimidation that threatened newly registered Republican voters and put Georgia and Louisiana in the hands of Democrats. The information helped slow the timetable for the readmission of states, especially Georgia. But the story behind this record also exposes how difficult it has been to overcome white disbelief and the scope of racist violence against black people. These days, we coons can't acknowledge how much we're hated. We're the sickos. After all of this and you don't get it, you deserve to be lynched, to be as stupid as many of us are right now. White disbelief in the scope of racist violence against black people. Not just at the time, but at least for another century. Black Americans continue to bear witness to the violence and repression their communities suffered, but they were not joined by white historical establishment until the 1960s. When I was a damn baby, 100 years after the Civil War. Just to tell you guys, I remember they used to have the slave stockades on the docks of Georgetown where they used to keep black people. They were there until the 70s. In my lifetime, I used to see where they kept black people in cages. Houses with no windows where blacks were kept to keep them from killing themselves. And I'm not 100 years old. It's terrible what we've been through. Listen to this again. We're not joined by the historical establishment until the 1960s, when scholars increasingly saw the truth about violence and revealed in the archives. White people turned a black eye to the mass murder of black people for 100 years, and they're ready to do it again. By the 1980s, historians using the reports of outrages produced important studies of Reconstruction violence. Nearly every historian of Reconstruction since has consulted the Freedmen's Bureau record for its catalog of white atrocities. Familiarity with the archival material has been aided by the Freedmen and Southern Society Project at the University of Maryland and an internet project, the Freedmen's Bureau Online, which has reproduced a fairly extensive sampling of the murders, a sampling, not even all of them, a sampling of the murders and outrages material. In the past few decades, studies have tapped this documentation of lawlessness to reveal, among other things, sexual assaults on black women, the problems of military occupation after the Civil War, and the central role of violence and U.S. history and the trauma that has left its mark on survivors. None of this remarkable outpouring of books, however, has told the story of the record itself, its creation, and the role it played in the Reconstruction and beyond. Nor have we appreciated sufficiently enough how this effort to collect data on racial violence became part of the Bureau's mission, one instituted for a deliberate policy objective that then continued, even if the execution was hampered by the lack of resources for the officers, the obstacles they faced from Southern whites, and the dangers black people endured to make their problems known. The microfilm reel containing Virginia's conflict I've encountered so many years ago represented only a tip of the iceberg. Monthly reports of atrocities by the Bureau officers became common by January 1867. It's estimated by some people between 1865 and 1866, easily 25,000 black people were murdered. Easily. They didn't start counting remember, the Civil War ended April 1865, which means, wow, that's 4th month. So 20 months that they didn't document what happened to black people. And I would need to remind everyone, this is no joke. When Grant let Lee at Appomattox surrender, April 15th, 1865, all the white men were allowed to take their military weapons back to the South. 1 million white men armed to the teeth were sent back into the South. Literally, their guns were kept to be used on us. 1 million strong. How many people you think have weapons today for us? Little goofy fools out there. Officers also collated what they could from earlier information, which was, of course, sporadic and imperfect. So they never really, there's a hidden genocide of black people that no one talks about. We should find out. Someone that's young should try to find out how many people got killed. And the reporting continued month by month until the bulk of the officers had largely withdrawn from the South at the end of 1868. I need to tell you, down in Louisiana, easily they killed maybe 4,000 people in 1868 alone. In one county, they killed close to 2,000. So imagine how many other people they killed in Louisiana alone. It's a lot of killing. There's a lot of reasons old black folks and my family, you have no idea. I'm into genealogy, just learning how the older people just wouldn't talk about anything. I finally met some people that will talk in the last couple of days. Everything's a secret. How everybody had to have guns just to deal with these unhinged Karens that you see on camera phone now. Imagine white men with guns rolling up on you and them just shooting you down, not just calling you nigger, but killing you. And it's just the way it was. We've lived with extreme terrorism. We should get reparations for what they did after slavery. So they stopped in 1868. But mind you, Reconstruction into 1877, which means for the next 9 years, they didn't count anymore, really, of black folks being mass killed. And it got so bad, they passed the Ku Klux Klan Act in 1870, 1871. In fact, those Ku Klux Klan Act, the Ku Klux Bills, should protect us from police violence today, but I'm going to say to you, full of shit black lawyers, full of shit black civil rights organization, full of shit of black elected offices because they're not officials. No one has held these people to the law to protect our lives. Not in 150 some odd years. Not 155 years. It's a damn disgrace. Actually, 155 years. It's just crazy. This is crazy. The product of this labor today fills 9 microfilm reels cataloging violence in 8 states and the District of Columbia. 8 states means they didn't cover all of the South. Some of the South. So you didn't even get a real number. The same way the black population isn't counted accurately by the census. I've had that discussion once before. This is always so look. Although the collection records between 5,000 and 6,000 crimes against individuals, it does not tally all the lives lost. I repeat, it does not tally all the lives lost or describe the full scope of the violence endured. It does reveal, however, lawlessness almost immediately gripped the formal Confederacy, and it developed into overt political terrorism as Black Americans gained the vote through military occupation in 1867. So, mind you, they only did 2 years of this report, 1867, 1868. 1868 was extreme violence because blacks were voting for the first time. Just when the killing really kicked off is when they sort of stopped counting. I'm just interpreting this for you. They gained the vote through military occupation in 1867. The record also shines a bright light on rural violence where black people lived, which has been less systematically explored in the syntheses on Reconstruction and can be overshadowed by more accessible reporting of events in cities and towns. In other words, niggas out in the country that were getting killed and dogged, no one bothered because it's a whole lot of work. We don't know how many of our people were killed. So you wonder why people moved north? It wasn't just that they're tired of picking cotton. You're tired of getting killed, tired of getting raped, tired of getting burnt out, tired of folk just doing stuff. And that endured. Basically, the Great Migration for black people ended about 1970. But black folks started trying to get away from rural areas at the end of the Civil War, and that lasted literally until I was a little boy. There were still people moving from the South in the early 70s here to D.C. Thanks to reports gathered by the Freedmen's Bureau, we can begin to see beyond the well-known massacres. See, there are ones that you know in Memphis and New Orleans in 1866, and into the violence committed by night riders, the Ku Klux Klan, and political terrorists in the countryside. There are other groups like the Red Shirts in South Carolina. But, someone needs to do that book. Despite the racial violence that historians have exposed over the past several decades, public impressions of Reconstruction may yet remain more greatly influenced by those who rejected the lawlessness as part of this history. Over the years, movies such as Birth of a Nation and Gone with the Wind, popular books and textbooks joined with biased academic histories to indoctrinate white Americans with erroneous ideas about law and order and the post-Civil War South. Concerns remain about the lack of public knowledge of the era, especially how, in the words of the Equal Justice Initiative, the deadly attacks for the first years of freedom paved the way for a later era of racial terrorism that employed lynching to solidify Jim Crow policies and practices. The extent of atrocities has remained imperfectly represented in public memory. The proof of what really happens lies in the records relating to murders and outrages. Shall I read on? That's the introduction. February 19th, 1867. Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts presented to his colleagues a chilling list of atrocities that had been committed against black people in the conquered South. As chair of the Military Affairs Committee, he supplied evidence that the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was not being enforced and argued that the North needed to enact martial law to protect white and black loyalists. Reading from a little book, the senator announced that 375 freedmen had been murdered from April to December 1866. Another 556 had been victims of outrages, a term for assaults, fraud, arson, robbery, rape, and other crimes. He broke down the violence by states, indicating the widespread lawlessness while showing Texas as the epicenter of the tremors rocking the former Confederacy, the home of Juneteenth, by the way, people. Wherever possible, he named the perpetrators and the victims. Wilson's data represented a change in how the radical Republicans in the Senate supported their arguments for military control of the South. Instead of referring to private letters from anonymous people or accounts from partisan press, the senator relied on the Freedmen's Bureau for specific details of criminal behavior. He did so to counter the opposition's tendency to dismiss news of atrocities as false. For roughly a year and a half after the end of the Civil War, Republicans had tried to convince the nation that the former Confederates were employing egregious acts of violence to maintain white supremacy and limit the changes wrought by the Union victory. But their efforts faced an uphill fight against racism and a diverse partisan climate. Democrats and some Republicans opposed those who sought to remake the nation's racial order and refused to accept the reports of atrocities committed against black people. Republican Senator James R. Doolittle of Wisconsin was typical. A conservative who started out his political career as a Democrat, he insisted that his fellow Republicans exaggerated the situation to discredit Southern governments. He called the reports of violence absolutely unqualifiably and wickedly false. On the other side of the debate, radical Republicans argued that the Johnson administration misrepresented information on outrages, understating them, so that the Northern Democrats could quickly restore their alliance and a national party with the Southern whites. Massachusetts Senator Charles Sumner, a leading radical just months after the war, accused no less than the President of the United States of whitewashing news of atrocities. The political struggles over Reconstruction promptly featured arguments over the truth behind information. Republicans believed that racial violence presented an increasing problem, yet no one had reliable data on the extent of atrocities, which left matters open for debate. Did the United States need to send troops into the former Confederacy to try to keep peace as they forced the South's ratification of the 14th Amendment and suffrage for black men? Or were the rebels, as the Johnson administration alleged, acquiescing to the terms of reunion? Northern opinion sharply divided over whether violence existed to the degree that demanded military intervention. News from correspondents in the South invariably fell along partisan lines, supporting the arguments of either side. Radical Republicans eventually reached out to the United States military stationed in the South to prove that they had their fingers on the pulse of the situation. Wilson's information came not from newspapers or anecdotal rumor, but from a network of military officers and African Americans who bore witness to the atrocities committed by former rebels. The collaboration started at the grassroots level, linking free people and local officials of the Freedmen's Bureau. The chain extended to prominent military officers, including Ulysses S. Grant, the General-in-Chief of the Army, and General Oliver Otis Howard. By the way, that's where you get Howard University from. And the Commission of the Freedmen's Bureau. all the way to the Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, who leaked it to the Senate. Together, these hands created a government collection of the records relating to murders and outrages. Peace left unresolved. Questions about the rebels, whether they had accepted the verdict of the war about slavery and secession, whether they had wished to rejoin the Union as law-abiding citizens, and whether they could live harmoniously with newly freed Black Americans. Uncertainty existed about what Northerners called the Southern feeling, a shorthand for whether white Confederates had accepted federal authority. Abolitionists, radical Republicans, and Northern Black people heard rumors that emancipation had escalated racial hostilities. Courts generally prohibited Black testimony against white people. It seemed important to the radicals that Black men voted not only because it was right, but also because it gave them influence with state governments to protect their civil rights and personal well-being. Black manhood suffrage supporters maintained ensured that old rebel element did not resume positions of power uncontested. The ability of Southern whites to influence national affairs represented real concerns for Republicans. With the civil rights restored, former Confederates ironically gained political power through defeat. The Constitution had counted slaves as 3/5 a person for determining representation in Congress. With emancipation, however, that rule no longer applied as Black people, now free, factored as full persons for calculating apportionment, causing the South to gain seats in Congress. Get that. Black people getting freedom gave the white racist, supremacist killers more political power. Among the other things, you got more power off of that. Wow. So they got power off of Black people getting freedom and used that power to destroy them. And y'all want to be in coalition, you're dumbasses. If African American men remained disfranchised, Black people thus augmented the national influence of former rebels without having a voice in government. Robert Dale Owen, a noted Northern social reformer, fretted about this problem in a public letter. The result could be administration of the secession portion of the Union through the agency of its enemies. Owen characterized the national attachment to these leaders as no more than lip loyal. Republicans understood that the balance of national power could easily tip back towards Democrats, supported by the enemy who had cost so many Northern lives. In this atmosphere, both sides of policy debates viewed the other as using false rhetoric to mask underlying attempts to gain political advantage. Democrats especially became adroit in branding reports of violence as cool falsehoods of certain press correspondents who misrepresented Southern whites for political and personal interests. They painted a portrait of compliant enemies who accepted defeat, recognized the reality of emancipation, and wished to move on with their lives in peace. They rejected as basis of Republican newspaper stories about the persecution of white Unionists and freed people. To them, violence that existed represented nothing more than what occurred throughout the nation. Republicans and newspaper correspondents had their doubts. Immediately after the war, however, many Northerners were uncertain about the Southern feeling. A hunger existed to know the range of news about the former Confederates, the conditions of the battlefields, the extent of the destruction, the chances of economic recovery, and whether the war spirit still smoldered. Non-combatants had little direct exposure to the rebels during the war, and citizens in much of the country, predominantly rural and living in worlds often circumscribed by neighborhoods, had likely never been in the South. By the summer of 1965, there's correspondence toward the region, writers looking to satisfy the demands of Northern populace eager to learn about the people who had resisted them so fiercely for 4 long years. Invariably, these reports featured the writer's sense of the rebels' willingness to comply with the verdict of the war. The answer was mixed. One such account noted that in Charleston, West Virginia, where Southerners had executed John Brown for his raid on Harper's Ferry, the people remained rebels, and that the war feeling was like a burning bush with a wet blanket wrapped around it. To erupt anew, the fire simply needed more air. Sheer happenstance placed the federal agency in the position of gathering intelligence on the Southern feeling. Short for the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, the Freedmen's Bureau served as a key source for reporting on the conditions within the South. It did not begin with such a mission. Established in March of 1865, the Bureau aided the transition of Black Americans from slavery to freedom. One of the first national social welfare agencies, the Bureau fell under the auspices of the War Department and placed military officers in committees throughout the defeated Confederacy and in the border states. Besides the seeing of the subsistence, education, work contracts, and health of freed people, officers also had the responsibility for ensuring that justice was accomplished when civil authorities failed to act. This much had been outlined in the Circular Number 5 of May 1865, which established procedures for the assistant commissioners in charge of states. The agency, however, had not been given an official charge of supplying information that might affect the political situation. That came later. Some officers of the Bureau sent to Washington news of horrible things that happened under their jurisdiction. They could not help but notice the wrongdoings around them. It often began with planters, now called employers, or as we say today, bosses, who failed to live up to the terms of free labor and refused to either make or honor contracts. They're gypping people, same way they don't want to pay reparations. They didn't want to give them their MFM. That's why we must have reparations. These people didn't go and kill their former masters. They tried to work with them. They had not had to pay them before. Why should they pay them when they're free? Same way they're replacing us with illegals. Pay everybody but us. Some, like a man in Virginia who threatened his former slaves, now freed, with death if they left, and dared the Bureau officers to interfere. In this case, the military guard freed some of the former slaves, but ran into an ambush trying to reach others. They took up arms against the government. Law and order, my ass. Not when it comes down to us. Law and order means control niggas. Law and order means I'm going to shoot at you if you ask me to respect human beings that look different from you. Different from me. This and other descriptions of coercion crept into the correspondence that made its way up from the sub-assistant commissioners stationed in the counties to the assistant commissioners in charge of states, and then to the commissioner, O.O. Howard, who supervised the Bureau from Washington. The report was not as consistent as it later became. Officers did not follow a format. They may or may not have indicated particulars of outbreaks. As often as not, newspapers and politicians used reports by military officers that described outrages in a general fashion, speaking of areas of concern rather than offering individual details. Still, enough information flowed to the North from various sources to put the Republican congressmen on alert that all was not well in the region. Reports came via newspaper clipping services, exchanges that shared items, reproduced verbatim from the cooperating organs. Others came from private individuals, some of whom were Northerners hoping to settle in the region but feared for their lives. And then there was the Freedmen's Bureau, whose communications and circulars also appeared in newspaper columns. Through these various means, Republicans and sympathizers of freed people learned distressing news about the treatment of black people in the South. Andrew Johnson also wanted to know more about the conditions in the South throughout 1865. He sent emissaries there to report on what they found. Among the first was called Shirts, a former Union general and radical Republican. During a meeting in Washington about a month after the war, Skirts told the president that the government needed clarity about the Southern mood and someone to advise administration in the capacity. Johnson had complained about the lack of reliable information and being always obliged to act in the dark. The president wanted to see how Southern whites embraced his policies that the disfranchised Confederate political and military leaders, as well as the rich people worth more than $20,000. Trump's billionaires of today. This was early in the process before he employed widespread use of pardon power that eliminated most of the political disabilities, allowing for a speedy reunion with traitors. He was also pressured by the radicals to promote black manhood suffrage and probably wanted to hold them off by confirming his sense that good relations existed between whites and the freed people. Skirts warmed to the job as he was recognized that his mission would undercut the president's ability to say that he had crafted policies based on incomplete information. Stanton also encouraged him to assume the task, stressing its importance. Skirts remained in contact throughout his tour with Charles Sumner, who urged the ex-general not only to publish a report but to deliver speeches on his findings. They hoped to pressure the president into adopting their position. While still in the South, Skirts tipped his hand about the nature of his forthcoming report, and 5 letters to the Boston Advertiser between July and August, he portrayed Southern whites in the South Carolina and Georgia as incapable of functioning within a free labor system that required contracts and the autonomy of labor to enter in such relations. Southern whites, he wrote, doubted that the freedmen would work without physical coercion. Violence did not dominate Skirt's letters, but he did describe discord over black procession, which he depicted in the region around Atlanta was rife with Negro shooting. Negro shooting, or as we say, nigger hunting. Whites going around and just shooting and killing black people for fun. He considered the former Confederacy unfit for resuming normal political relations and predicted that the underlying tensions promised that extensive violence lay ahead as federal troops withdrew. The Democratic press characterized his reports, whether from Skirts or others, as fraudulent, designed to cover ulterior motives. The Albany Argus ran the headlines misrepresenting the South, claiming that agitators lied about Southern people's resistance because the accusers intended to keep alive sectional hatred and to drive the people into extreme measures. When held to scrutiny, the writer maintained the yarns proved to be manufactured out of whole cloth to accomplish a wicked purpose. The Alexandria Gazette said that Skirt's letters were calculated to do more injury than Skirt's mission is likely to do good. It criticized him for failing to perform his mission quietly and for instead leaking his material to the public before reporting to the War Department. Former Postmaster General Montgomery Blair was more pointed in charging Stanton and Company with employing swarms of hireling writers to misrepresent the South. Hireling is an old word which basically is the equivalent of motherfucker. Hireling back then is motherfucker. So I'll read it again. They had swarms of hireling writers to misrepresent the South. He considered Skirts to be one of Stanton's hireling writers who tried to undermine the policy of the president. To head off the damage expected from Skirt's final report, Johnson ordered Ulysses S. Grant to file an assessment of the Southern feeling. Somewhat reluctantly, Grant began the journey in late November and endured a superficial trip that featured only 5 days of investigation. Although he encountered black people who cheered him along the way, he spent most of his time with white elites who feted him as he reassured him that the rebellion had ended and that they now tried to make the best of the situation. Grant did not have more did not have his heart in the visit. He made a perfunctory tour that fulfilled his duty, but he wanted to return home to his family as quickly as possible. In a letter to his wife, he foreshadowed his report by saying, "All seemed pleasant, at least towards me, and I think towards the government to enter faithfully upon a course to restore harmony between the sections." As the 39th Congress convened in Washington in December 1865, a number of controversial elements came together that raised the ante on assessing the sentiments of the rebels. First came the decision to admit Southern representatives elected through new governments organized according to Johnson's leniency. Most of the elections had restored power to the old guard. The South sent to Congress 4 Confederate generals, 5 colonels, and the vice president of the Confederacy. The Republican-dominated Congress refused to seat the newcomers. Meanwhile, new state governments and readmitted states enacted black codes, basically new slavery laws or neo-slavery laws. The black codes restricted Black Americans' travel, employment, meetings, and other freedoms while denying them the right to vote, to testify in court, or to serve on juries. To many in the North, it looked like a recreation of slavery and as if the rebels were winning the peace. At the same time, the Republicans formed a committee consisting of 15 members, 9 from the House, 6 from the Senate, to conduct its own investigation into Southern conditions. They could not have sent a clear message of their mistrust of the president. All told, Congress called 144 persons to Washington, including former Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The panel probed whether the former rebels had accepted national authority. The congressman also asked about the treatment of the freed people and white unionists. The inquiry concluded that without the protection by the military, the free people could not live safely, nor could Union men, whether of Northern or Southern origin. The committee added, the deep-seated prejudice against color is assiduously cultivated by the public journals that lead to acts of cruelty. He's talking about the white media. Acts of cruelty, oppression, and murder, which the local authorities are at no pain to prevent or punish. In other words, they're encouraging violence against black people, the same way they do it right now. To address the problem, the committee framed recommendations that became the basis of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Yeah, I didn't know that. That was around the mass killing of black people. That's one of the reasons. Oh, we just wanted to do the Reconstruction thing. No, they understood. They're just killing people. 14th Amendment, which enabled federal government to enforce equal protection under the laws. Small wonder that on December 19th, the reports of Skirts and Grant, introduced officially to Congress by an overview from the president, sparked an inflammatory debate that revealed the divide between the parties over how to describe the attitudes and actions of former rebels, especially as it concerned the ability of white unionists and black people to live their lives in peace. Johnson asserted the former Confederates had reorganized the state governments and had yielded to the laws of the United States with more willingness and greater promptitude than, under the circumstances, could reasonably have been anticipated. A position spread throughout the country by friendly newspapers. Moreover, with the exception of Mississippi, the governments had ratified the 13th Amendment that ended slavery. Many of you need to know that Mississippi did not end slavery on its books until the 1990s. Some of you guys were alive. We ain't free fools. The governments had ratified the 13th Amendment ended slavery. As for violence, Johnson admitted that some disorder occasionally occurred, but added that these are local in character, not frequent in occurrence, and are rapidly disappearing as the authority of civil law is extended and sustained. Republicans embraced Skirt's report, which countered the president's claim with evidence spanning more than 100 pages, divided roughly equally between the general's text and supporting documents, although Skirtz conceded that the rebellion was largely over, that no fighting threatened between conventional armies, hatred between the sections had not abated. He heard enmity expressed towards Union soldiers. Some had been shot, but more were vilified as Yankees and the enemy. He feared the rapid return to power of men who only recently had engaged in a bitter war against the United States. Turning against Johnson and his own phrase about punishing treason, Skirtz wrote, "Treason does, under existing circumstances, not appear odious in the South. The people are not impressed with any sense of its criminality." When describing the condition of freed people, Skirtz diverged significantly from the president. The military encountered atrocities. He quoted Brigadier General Francis Fessenden in South Carolina, who described the persecution manifested by white people upon black Americans. "They are shot and abused outside the immediate protection of our forces," he wrote, "by men who announced the determination to take the law into their own hands in defiance of our authority." Offering an oft-repeated prescription of the military officers in the South, Fessenden believed the protection of free people and the punishment of rebellious individuals depended upon having this country pretty thickly settled with soldiers. And the documents he furnished, Skirtz included many from the Freedmen's Bureau. One totaled the killing of a woman who tried to stop the whipping of her son. Another instance in Mississippi, assailants stripped a woman, tied her to a tree, and whipped her. The same report indicated someone had murdered 5 freedmen. No one said it at the time, but the documents prove the ability of the Bureau to gather information on violence. It was a harbinger of things to come. For a person with today's sensibilities, it's difficult not to wince at Grant's depiction and his report of black people in the Freedmen's Bureau. He confessed, "I did not give the operations of the Freedmen's Bureau that attention I would have done if I had had more time at my disposal. Yet this did not prevent him from criticizing the organization and claiming that black people were unready for freedom. He spent more time warning about the potential problems with black people and white agents who aided their transition than he did analyzing the rebels. Despite this, Grant saw the need for the Bureau to continue to exist as a protection for black people." In a debate over Skirt's report, Charles Sumner rose in defense of the observations. Johnson sent his overall assessment package with Grant's letter. Skirt's report came separately, and it was unclear to Sumner if it had been annexed with some other material. It apparently had not been printed yet. Assured that it was, he wanted it read aloud, which drew protests even from sympathizers because of the report's length. Sumner reminded the colleagues that the report on the conditions of Kansas in the 1850s had been read word for word and that the questions before the country were now even more important. Then he cast doubts on Johnson's veracity. "We have a message from the president, which is like the whitewashing message of Franklin Pierce with regard to the enormities in Kansas," he said, adding that it is its parallel. Senator Reverdy Johnson, a Democrat from Maryland, objected. He did not expect to hear any assault, direct or indirect, upon the president at this time, and denied that the president had tried to whitewash anything. He considered Johnson's assessment fairly stated and worth the Senate's attention. Taking a stronger approach, Senator James R. Doolittle of Wisconsin, a fellow Republican, urged Sumner to modify his comments or retract them. Instead, Sumner doubled down, saying that the country now had 11 Kansases, which made the current circumstances worse than the 1850s. Doolittle continued to upbraid Sumner for calling the president a liar. The dispute flowed over into the next day's session with Sumner, marshaling evidence to prove the president's representation wrong. The senator referenced reports from more than 20 witnesses in the South, often quoting extensively from the description of violence, and some, according to Sumner, that showed planners as exhibiting cruel, remorseless, and a vindictive spirit against the freed people, with outrages committed especially in areas with Union soldiers. But there was a problem with the nature of Sumner's evidence. It identified the authorship of less than a handful of the letters he had received. His listeners knew the North Carolina newspaper that he referred to without naming it, as well as his mention of an unidentified Southern governor. And he revealed the name of a cotton agent who had traveled to the rebel states. But the vast majority of his information came from what were private letters whose authors remained unstated. This was not unusual. Senators did this, citing protection of the individual from possible persecution or reluctance to put a person in an indelicate position without the writer's permission. However, the intense partisan warfare left such an approach as a ready target for dismissal. Senator Willard Salisbury, Delaware. Delaware was a slave state, people. Joined with Republican Senator. By the way, Delaware did not end slavery on its legal books until 1901. Y'all think this slavery stuff is over. Y'all crazy. Senator Willard Salisbury, Democrat of Delaware, joined with Republican Senator Edgar Cowan of Pennsylvania. The suggested reports had either been falsified or written by men whose word would not be taken seriously if their identities were known. Salisbury alleged that the real concern by Republicans was the Democratic Party's opportunity to return to power, a reference to the refusal to seat Southern representatives based on continuing disorder in the South. Cowan was even more antagonistic, showing fissures among the Republicans as he asked whether the news of the violence came from people furnishing a series of ex parte statements made up by anonymous letter writers, people who are down there, more than likely stealing cotton, people who are down there in the enjoyment of the place of power, people who are interested in the disturbed condition of things which exist there now shall always continue because they make profit of it. He added that one man and 10,000 may have committed brutality against a freed person, which opponents then have made representative of 9,999 others. He hinted that Sumner deviously could have sent his own emissaries into the South to gather evidence from knaves and fools and discontented. When Sumner denied that he had read from anonymous letters, he knew who had written them. Cowan blurted out, "They are anonymous so far as we are concerned, and I commend the senator's prudence and keeping the names of their writers from the public, because I have no doubt that if their names were known, they would not be considered of much importance." Sumner remained a lightning rod for criticism, that he supposedly manufactured lies and letters that he wrote himself, passing them off as opinions of unnamed witnesses. More than a year later, during a different political controversy, a Cincinnati writer cautioned readers not to trust Republicans, even if they took an oath when testifying before legislative bodies. Such oaths had no moral binding, the writer asserted, because Republicans considered them part of a political investigation, giving them a license to lie. The newspaper took on Sumner more directly with biting commentary. And by the way, this is Cincinnati. I need to remind everybody, in Cincinnati in 1841, black people had a Wall Street in Cincinnati. The white people attacked 2,000 white people. White men attacked 1,500 black people. The black men resisted. They were rounded up and put in jail, and they proceeded to bomb the black community with cannons in 1841 in Cincinnati. Cincinnati was a slave catcher's paradise. And to this day, Cincinnati is a super racist, almost border state just across the river from Kentucky. It's super racist. It's super backwards. Just want to say that to you. This case of Rodney Hinton Jr. So there's certain places in the country that are nastier than others. Let me go back and say Such oaths have no moral binding. The writers asserted because Republicans considered them part of a political investigation, giving them the license to lie. The newspaper took on Summer more directly with Biden commentary and claimed that he can sit in his room and write letters to himself purporting to come from loyalists in the South, giving terrible pictures of murders and outrages by rebels on white and black loyalists, and produce the same letters before the Senate as general productions withholding the names of the alleged writers. In other words, he had been a habitual forger. Consequently, as 1865 came to a close, just who told the truth about the conditions within the South, a radical like Skirts, a moderate like Grant, or a conservative like Johnson, could seem debatable. To resolve the uncertainty, the Republicans looked to a more authoritative information to justify their eventual policy to establish military rule in the former Confederacy. In the next year, brought numerous examples as the Army, the Freedmen's Bureau, and radicals in Congress refined their means of reporting on atrocities. Not long after the dispute over his report, Grant showed signs of doubting his position. He apparently said as much to Skirts, who told his wife Grant feels very bad about his thoughtless move, and openly expressed his regrets for what he had done. Racist. It is not clear what triggered his next move shortly after the report hit Congress, whether the general initiated the action based on his changing attitudes or answered a request from the president to gather better intelligence on Southern feelings. In any event, Grant sought details of violence. On Christmas Day, he telegraphed generals in command of military departments in the former Confederacy to report all known outrages occurring within your command since the surrender of the rebel armies committed by white people against black people, and in reverse. He wanted this information as soon as possible. Reports from the field proved that African Americans needed protection. His subordinates had compiled a table organized by military departments of assaults, larceny, which means white folks stealing from slaves, ex-slaves, murders, disorderly conduct, and drunkenness. At the time, the officers did not supply the dates of the incidents, locations of the crimes, or the name of the victims and perpetrators that became typical in the Freedmen Bureau reporting. Yet the numbers were revealing. Officers had scraped together from unknown sources that 44 black Americans had died at the hands of white people. More significantly, not one black person had killed a white person. White people had instigated a little more than 60% of all assaults, meaning that violence was decidedly one-sided. Grant forwarded the details to President Johnson without comment. It was unclear whether he received a response or whether the information found a use. The statistics on murders seemed low for a span of roughly 8 months, but the information had been patched together quickly and probably with little input from the Freedmen's Bureau. And the information included the totals for only 5 states. Hardly a complete picture. The data had been funneled through the military department commands, which at the time featured a reporting stream and a chain of commands separate from the Bureau. Military commanders sent information directly to Grant. The Freedmen's Bureau information meanwhile flowed to the Commissioner Howard and then to Secretary Stanton, bypassing the General-in-Chief. Grant hated this command structure for its lack of efficiency and for allowing too much independence to Bureau agents. In his letter to Johnson, he singled out the lack of discipline among the Freedmen Bureau agents, who operated independently without answering to the military commander in the region. He eventually consolidated the command structure, but the circumstances meant that his tally of murders understated the outrages, especially since neither the Army nor the Bureau had yet adopted the habit of collecting data. They weren't even recording what they were supposed to record. Always eager to serve his superior officer, Howard immediately ordered tours by Freedmen Bureau personnel throughout the former Confederacy to correct the evils Grant had mentioned. The responses appeared within a government document requested by Congress in March 1866 to bolster arguments for the continuing of the Freedmen's Bureau, which had a 1-year term requiring annual renewal. Let me just stop there. Black folks have been slaves for over 100 years. To help them adjust to all they went through, they only had 1 year. And each year, ain't that some shit? These illegals who've come in here have gotten help for 4 years in the country unlawfully, but the people who built it were subject to an annual 1-year thing. They didn't even stay at it that long. Short window. We never got repaired. We never got the reparation. We never got it. I mean, 1 year. 1 year. 4 or 5 million people, 1 year. To the surprise of many, Johnson vetoed the legislation. Racist-ass President Johnson didn't want the Freedmen's Bureau, okay? So even 1 year was too much. To the surprise of many, Johnson had vetoed the legislation to continue the agency, proclaiming it unconstitutional overreach of military authority by establishing Army agents who interceded in contracts and even minor court actions. In other words, he didn't want black folks to have any kind of help. I mean, he knew they didn't want us free. They still don't want us free. The president said the war had ended, peace reigned. In other words, fuck black people. Citing liberal principles of economics, he claimed that the competition among planners for the labor-freed people kept workers safe and enabled them to enter and leave contracts voluntarily. All the while, you're stripping them from the right to go to court and everything else. See how these people lie? Total lies. These people are going to all burn in hell. Racists are going to hell. Yeah, I'm a Christian. You're going to burn in hell. You're racist. And if you're a self-hating coon that worships the people that did this, you belong in hell too. We got too many scum, chicken shit black people. Competition between planners. Oh, God. They enjoyed the freedom to move, to escape hostilities. What are you going to do if you move? The people couldn't read. What about the old slaves? Monsters. This was largely untrue, though a point underscored by the information that came from the agents and inspectors unleashed by Grant's criticism. Even though they had not been charged to collect the news, the inspectors saw it there for the taking. And the document, agents told of the outrages virtually everywhere. Yet the most detailed accounts came from Kentucky, Johnson's state. By the way, Kentucky has their own little Juneteenth thing as well. Y'all need to know about that. Where in Kentucky, they didn't get free until August 2. They still had the people's asses working. Didn't let them know they were free. The Army had to come in and help them. Like in Texas. And Kentucky's a super racist church. State. They still burn black churches in Kentucky. Documents are everywhere. The most detailed accounts came from Kentucky. Clinton B. Fisk University, assistant commissioner, wrote, "They're some of the meanest, unsubjugated, and unreconstructed, rascally, rebellious revolutionists in Kentucky that cursed the soil of the country." He said, despite the 13th Amendment, some planners claimed that slavery was not dead, while others expected compensation for their losses. They are owed reparations. And so who has to give them reparations? Black people. You have to pay me because you ain't my slave anymore. Wow. P. Bunestill, a special investigative inspector for Kentucky and Tennessee, corroborated the meanness as he reported 23 beatings and whippings, 4 beatings and shootings, 2 robberies with shootings, 3 other robberies, 5 men shot and killed, 2 shot and wounded, 4 men beaten to death, 1 beaten and roasted, 3 women raped, 2 men and their families beaten and driven from their homes, and 2 arsons. Authorities had arrested only 1 suspect who was released on light bail and remained at large without trial. In another case, a bureau agent tried to arrest 2 men who robbed a black man, shot him in the head, then raped his wife. But the county judge released the assailants, claiming the bureau had no legal jurisdiction in Kentucky. Just some good old boys, never meaning no harm. The reporting provides several takeaways. First, both Fisk and Bunestill considered the assaults by white people on black Americans as purposeful and targeted rather than spontaneous and emotional. Fisk stressed the entire opposition is political, a warfare waged against loyalty, freedom, and justice. He said planners committed atrocities on black veterans who had recently mustered out of service. Similarly, Bunestill noted that of the victims in his account, 12 had been Union soldiers, 3 had been wives of Union veterans. Political terrorism grew more evident within a couple of years, but it was certainly present even this early. Second, communiques from Washington were instructions to assistant commissioners about the monthly reports they needed to file. Did not at this time ask officials to track atrocities. It took more than a year for this to become standard practice. Reporting resulted from the natural inclination of officers on the ground. Finally, Bunestill supplied a record that showed the potential catalog for outrages. He was ahead of his time, jotting down the names of assailants and victims, supplying dates and localities for the crime, and following the incidents to the inevitable lack of justice by local authorities. He pursued this with a professionalism beyond the norm, even for later practice. He took evidence only under oath, backed by affidavits attesting to the authenticity of the accounts, and then he transmitted the information from the depositions that showed that the more extreme cases of cruelty. While his format anticipated in its details the reporting that the Freedmen's Bureau eventually adopted, he remained extraordinary in his attention to legal formalities. Granton Howard, whose distaste was growing for the lawlessness the military encountered, fought to curb the atrocities that smacked the country in the face. During a year, violence in the South rose wherever one looked. Freed people bore the heaviest toll. A shooting between white police and black soldiers recently mustered out of the Union Army led to a rampage through black neighborhoods in Memphis. The killings in the course of May 1st through 3rd resulted in 2 whites and 46 blacks killed and the rape of black women. Federal troops were needed to restore order in the city. At the end of July, another massacre of black people occurred in New Orleans, resulting in another 44 dead. You know they're black folks. These horrors took place after Congress had enacted the Civil Rights Act in March of 1866 that empowered the executive branch to ensure the equal application of the law. Senator Lyman Trumbull, a moderate Republican from Illinois, had taken the lead on this initiative, which gathered legal ideas that eventually became entrenched in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. The violence repulsed many moderates, causing them to support a greater use of federal power. Yet, the Johnson administration did little to enforce the law. Newspapers spread the stories of violence in Memphis and New Orleans across the country, and scholars have made the massacres as part of the canon of Reconstruction histories. They are well known and then and remain so today, but the Freedmen's Bureau representatives increasingly understood that as awful as the massacres were, they represented only a partial story. In rural areas and small towns, bureau officials encountered a steady drumbeat of assaults, murders, and other crimes. While featuring black Americans most prominently, white Unionists were also vulnerable. And so were the white soldiers and agents of the Freedmen's Bureau. Assassinations of Freedmen's Bureau agents and threats against officers of the law made an impression on Grant, inching him towards an all-out break with the president in matters concerning violence. A lieutenant in the Freedmen's Bureau who was walking along a street in Grenada, Mississippi, sustained a fatal wound from 3 shots inflicted on him by a white man who stepped out from an alley. As the officer died, he supplied a description of the murderer, but the civil authorities did nothing to apprehend the individual. Grant also learned of the wounding of a bureau agent in Thomasville, Georgia. That's where those 2 twins died, people, up on the mountain. Look it up. The officer had fined a man for unmercifully beating a freedman he employed. The soldier survived the assassination attempt. In a third instance, Commissioner Howard said a white man shot down a freedman near Leesburg, Virginia. That's 45 miles from where I'm sitting. But the authorities were afraid to step in. The sheriff wished that the military authorities would take the case off of his hands. The civilian officer of the law feared for his life. The simple issuing of an order by yourself, Howard told Grant, would go far to prevent the attacks upon officers of the government on duty. In response to this and general unrest, Grant issued General Orders Number 44 on July 6, 1866, authorizing department, district, and post commanders to arrest persons who committed crimes against officers and agents. His desire to ensure the safety of people under his charge was understandable, but he went much further, trying to curb the violence. His orders included the protection of citizens and inhabitants, regardless of color, who suffered from outrages that local officials failed to investigate and prosecute. This was a bold move that allowed for military intervention in civilian affairs, giving officers on the ground the discretion to take such action on their own. Military officers like Major General George Thomas of Tennessee made use of the new powers. In one case, where a policeman provoked a Union soldier into a quarrel so he could shoot the man dead, Thomas made an arrest. He realized, however, that opposition among the local white people made a solution for such cases nearly impossible. In this instance, the white community closed ranks to spin the narrative that the killing had resulted from the police officer using appropriate force in the line of duty. A race soldier and justifiable homicide. How well we know it today. Not a goddamn thing has changed. Except we have coons in government that tell us everything's okay. Help illegals, gays, and Zionists. Fuck us and just vote. It was unlikely that civil courts would prosecute. The order, though, showed that Grant understood what was happening in the South and that he committed the Army to actions that the president would not. In fact, Johnson had proclaimed on April 2nd, 1866, that the insurrection had ended in the former states of the Confederacy, excepting Texas. That means they're still killing people, fighting the Army and killing blacks in Texas. And Juneteenth, 1866, okay? Even racist ass Johnson knew that. The proclamation recognized the restoration of civil authority, in other words, bring back the white supremacists, which constricted the military's ability to intercede in matters involving criminal behavior. But Grant's order contradicted the president's assessment of the situation and prodded soldiers to do whatever they could when facing outrages, including alerting superiors and political leaders to difficulties of pacifying the rebel South. Even though reporting had not been systematic, The public learned about reports of violence from the Freedmen's Bureau's officers as sympathetic newspapers picked up and reproduced news of atrocities, sometimes verbatim from the documents coming from personnel in the field. A Boston newspaper indicated that a general had reported that to Commissioner Howard that the Union men in Texas are trembling for their lives. Maltreatment of freed people was on the rise. Murders and assassins who went unpunished now molded the political future of the state. An account of atrocities committed in Georgia estimated 300 Black Americans had been killed between December 1865 and December 1866. The newspaper expressed its indignation in italics. It would be just as easy to get a jury in the state of New York to convict a person of manslaughter for shooting a mad dog as to get a jury of rebels to find a rebel guilty upon the charge of killing a Negro. Yet the denial of violence also continued, vexing people who knew the truth. The situation caused the Assistant Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau in charge of Georgia, Brigadier General Davis Tilson, to report to a more direct method to spread the news. He published a public letter in newspapers. Such action underscored how seriously he took the matter. He was one of the more conservative officers in the Bureau, which makes his statement more remarkable. He recounted violence occurring below Atlanta and Henry County, where a gang had been whipping, robbing, and killing freed people, driving them from plantations. The only activity of local law enforcement officials demonstrating these matters was to release the prisoners arrested by the Bureau. While Tilson resorted to a public letter, became clear towards the end of his epistle, he was trying to overcome allegations that the military acted in an oppressive, tyrannical manner without due investigation of knowledge of the facts. He had fought the impression that the Freedmen's Bureau overreacted to uncorroborated information out of bias. What accounts for this seemingly irrationality against accepting atrocities as happening? What caused the Democrats in particular and some independent-minded people to discredit accounts attributed to soldiers and visitors to the South that freed people and white loyalists were under constant vicious assault without recourse to the law? Racism underlied much of the blindness which partisanship employed in ways that fanned and perpetuated mistrust. The parties played loose with the truth whenever trying to impugn the motives of the opposing side. The tactic was a standard part of the political culture in an era when newspapers made no pretense of objectivity but served as party organs to mobilize the electorate and to distribute ballots for voting. Information about the conditions in the South did not come from immediate images or visual elements such as television coverage in the 1950s and 60s that brought the horrors of white backlash against civil rights protesters into American living rooms, or on video captures of racial violence that have done the same more recently. Instead, the report of violence filtered through textual sources known to be created by the parties for prejudicial purposes. Exaggeration was part and parcel of the business of journalists. Additionally, radical Republicans were not well loved. They were nigger lovers, people, even by some members of their own party, raising suspicions that they misrepresented facts. They could seem as self-righteous and unwilling to compromise on policies like black suffrage that were ahead of the popular curve. According to their critics, they fabricated stories. Rumors abound about the Republican press of outrageous atrocities committed that had no corroboration. A Georgia doctor sawed off the legs of a freedman to prevent him from leaving. An Alabama official supposedly found 133 black bodies in the woods. 2 white men reportedly stretched a black man across the log to chop off his head. An Illinois newspaper argued that these pestilent lies had traversed the country by telegraph, but then had been discredited by further evidence. That's not true either. Capturing this move was an item in the New York Times of August 1866 that bore the headline. And you need to know that the New York Times was started by white supremacists. The falsehood exaggeration of the radical press. The Times was a Republican newspaper that supported the Lincoln administration during the war, including its emancipation of slaves as a war measure. Yet here it was criticizing radicals for reproducing erroneous information that fostered anger and estrangement between the North and South so they could ride into power on the strength of pretended sympathy with the Negro. Not a week went by, it proclaimed, without tidings of an ex-Union soldier slain in his bed somewhere in Georgia, a black man losing his life in a street brawl, the origin of which we know nothing. Then came the radical cries for imposing martial law and declaring the Freedmen's Bureau as a saving agency between white wolves and black lambs. How frustrating for the people in the Army like Howard and Grant, who knew the violence happened, yet nothing seemed to convince the naysayers, including some organs aligned with the Republican Party like the Times. Even with all the evidence supplied by military officers, by newspaper correspondents and travelers in the South, and by arguments in the floor of Congress, the notion persisted among opponents of the radicals that demand for the turning the military into a national police force was based on a fiction. The president did not help matters. He preached that leniency worked and that ex-Confederates treated the freed people well. How could military officers convince even skeptical moderate Republicans that all was not right in the South? Howard understood the challenge involved in the fight for credibility. It was a problem he faced in defending the Freedmen's Bureau against its critics as he fought for the annual renewal from Congress. In August 1866, he wrote Congressman Roswell Hart of New York in a public letter in which he expressed frustration at how to convince the public about the necessity of continuing the Bureau. He recognized the difficulty of finding a delicate balance in the presenting of information. If I deal entirely with statistics, he noted, the public are apt to wander through the long tubular statements without comprehending their relation to the objects to be presented. If I fail to present facts and figures and deal in generalities, I incur the displeasure of a large class of people who ask for such proof of results. How should he resolve this dilemma? Quote, I shall aim to group general statements with statistics in such a manner as to give a clear idea of the Bureau's work. A combination of the general statements with statistics became an important shift in how the Bureau went about the task of documenting atrocities. Beginning in September 1866, Howard started tracking more systematically the murders committed against freed people. A circular went out on September 24th ordering the assistant commissioners to report, without giving the names of the persons concerned, the numbers of murders that have occurred in your districts where freedmen have been victims, or the parties according to the official record. The letter added, the object is to test the truth of the statements that have publicly made touching this matter, and to enable General Howard to give the facts. At this point, Howard appeared less concerned with providing individual names of victims and assailants. That came later, but even with this limited information, the military outpaced the political leaders in piecing together the evidence of whether Johnson's administration protected loyalists in the South. More to the point, this start on collecting intelligence enabled Howard to move rapidly whenever Congress asked for further definitive details on the nature of law and order in the South. That situation came in January 1867 as the Senate sent to the President a resolution asking for a report on the enforcement of the Civil Rights Act. Senators wanted to know the nature of the violations and, especially, if steps taken to punish offenders. Many of them already knew the answer and likely expected to catch the President in a misstatement. In his response to the Senate, Johnson said that he was unaware of such cases, but he had asked the heads of the executive departments for their opinions. Not surprisingly, they said all was well, everyone except for the Secretary of War, who, during what became an intense cabinet meeting in February, casually dropped a bomb. Stanton had information that contradicted Johnson's impressions, a report from Howard and Grant that detailed more than 400 instances of violence. Those saying that he desired to act with the president The secretary supported the dissemination of the information that seemed to him accurate and proper, even though it contradicted Johnson's position. Then he added more ominously that if others wished to suppress the information, they certainly could try, but there was little doubt that members of Congress had seen this, likely had copies. To a more contemporary phrase, the report had been leaked. The documentation of violence stunned the majority of Johnson's advisors, but not because they believed it. The Secretary of the Navy, Gideon Welles, concluded that the collusion existed among the radicals in Congress and the War Department to embarrass the president by amassing false information that pushed the country towards extreme measures in regard with the former Confederacy. At that very moment, Congress was debating a Reconstruction bill to use the military to reorganize the governments in the South and to facilitate black suffrage. Even though the report of Grant and Howard contained hundreds of murders and outrages, Welles called the list of atrocities a collection of newspaper gossip, rumors of Negro murders, neighborhood strifes, and troubles. He considered the contents of the report vague, indefinite party scandal which General Howard and his agents had picked up in newspapers and all the ways during 4 weeks under the assistance of the War Department. The accounting of the atrocities, in his view, unfairly represented the president as a liar to the American public about the peaceful nature of the rebels. Grant left a paper trail that confirmed the collaboration between him and Howard to furnish information that exposed the policies of the president that were failing to provide for equal protection under the law. He most likely was asked by Stanton to do what came next, but it is equally plausible that he would have undertaken this task if no one had ordered it. On January 18, 1867, Grant asked Howard to compile a list of the murders and other violence enacted upon freedmen or Union men in the southern states for the prior 6 months of the year. He was crystal clear for the reason. My object in this, he wrote, is to make a report showing that the courts in the states excluded from Congress afford no security to life or property of the classes here referred to, and to recommend that martial law be declared over such districts as do not afford proper protection. He called it my object, meaning he owned it. Howard eagerly accepted the assignment. He did not have to start from scratch, since prior September he had been asking for similar information from assistant commissioners. He promised Grant to take the cases that he had drawn off and send them to you. It was an unusual situation, to say the least. Military officers gathered data to instigate policy changes contrary to what their commander-in-chief wanted. They followed their own instincts about justice and constitutional duty to work in collaboration with sympathetic radicals. Violence, often in the form of political terrorism, raged in the South, which the President of the United States and many of his Democratic supporters denied. The administration adhered to the party line that all was well. Military officers and the Freedmen's Bureau knew that it was not. Stanton received Grant's information on February 8th. Wow, day before my birthday. So cool. It was trotted out during a cabinet meeting on February 15th. Somewhere between these dates, Stanton most likely leaked the report to the radicals, who quickly put it to use. By February 19th, Senator Wilson offered a report on the atrocities in the South to his colleagues on the Senate floor. Whether guilty of insubordination or deserving praise for service to the country and the cause of human rights, the military men saw it was unnecessary action to have any chance to stop the atrocities committed in the South. How do y'all like this? How many of y'all out here? I see 29, 37. We got some people out here. I'm in chapter 2. Who's learning something? Anybody learning anything? Talk to me. In fact, I can put y'all in here. Somebody give me a response so you can interact. Who's learned something? Anybody learn anything? Anybody get anything? I think I'm going to do one more chapter. And then, what time is it? Okay, and how many of y'all going to get this book? They're just killing people. Just murdering people, folks. Just killing people. Just slaughtering black people. Just killing. And folks talk about black lawlessness. Mass white lawlessness. Mass white lawlessness. Yeah, I'm going to do one more chapter. I got to try to do 50 pages and then I'm going to turn in. Can I try to do 50? I'm going to try, and I'm going to show y'all the tables. This is chapter 2. Black Lives in the Record. The newest acting assistant commissioner in the sub-district of Greenville, South Carolina, began his tour of duty by groggily fumbling his way to the door. It was 6 in the morning. A timid but persistent rapping had awakened him. A partially dressed John William DeForest, a major with the Freedmen's Bureau, pulled the door ajar and looked upon an African-American man who begged to see the major right away. The man's insistence convinced DeForest, allowing him to enter, that as the major finished dressing in the stranger's presence, the black man introduced himself as Cato Allums and wondered whether the name was familiar to DeForest. Allums had filed a complaint with DeForest's predecessor because the men the prior year had robbed him. But that was old news. Allums had come because he feared he had killed one of the white men who just tried to murder him. Allums reported that the encounter began with a knock on his door in the dead of night. The black man had been on guard because he experienced trouble before with a group of white men nearby. Fortunately, he owned a pistol given to him by the Freedmen's Bureau officer. After Allums refused to open the door, the intruders rammed it open with the log. I mean, can y'all imagine a no-knock raid? Now they got the police doing it. Fleeing for his life, he bolted past them through the opening as one assailant fired and missed. Another took aim and Allums reported, "I shot him." Praise God. He ran as the intruders continued firing, a bullet ripping into a fence as he vaulted it and escaped into the woods. Allums' assailant later died from the wound, but Allums avoided hanging when the other assailants failed to show at a hearing. The court released the freedman, who then disappeared from the public record. The political situation also may have influenced the outcome. Former Confederates in the community knew that Northerners tried to gather damaging information on Southern violence and that their behavior in criminal matters sent messages about the safety of freed people. During his investigation, DeForest spoke with the local magistrate who mentioned that Northern people doubted whether you can give a Negro a white man's chance. He convinced the major to allow civil proceedings to move forward rather than take military action. An acquittal would indict white people, conducted just as fairly for black Americans, thus supporting conservatives who contended that there's no persecution occurred. Even in this remote corner of the South, tucked in the up country near the Appalachian foothills, the participants understood the impact of their actions in shaping Northern impressions of Southern law and order. And other parts of DeForest's recollection, however, called into question his commitment to black justice and demonstrated the limitations of collecting data on outrages. DeForest encountered Allums shortly after Commissioner O.O. Howard, through his circular of September 24, 1866, had ordered the tracking of murders. Every month, the major was to submit a list of outrages by black people against whites and vice versa. His notation on albums gave only the skimpiest details, name, state, and location, hardly energetic and certainly not something radicals could exploit. Throughout his tenure spanning more than a year, DeForest recorded a total of only 6 outrages. Whether the sum of this was a result of administering a peaceful area containing fewer black people or due to a lack of diligence is hard to tell. At times he treated the complaints of freedmen skeptically. He once refused to provide military intervention for a black man who claimed that 2 white men had threatened his life. When he learned that no shots had been fired, DeForest, without investigating further, dismissed the matter as nothing more than a rough frolic. He sent the uneasy man away and said he heard nothing more about it. The incident did not receive a mention in his monthly accounting of outrages. These examples capture the ambiguity that has made it difficult to establish a definitive assessment of the relationship between the freed people and the Freedmen's Bureau agents, especially as it affected reporting of crimes. Agents often provided the only avenue for black people seeking redress for justice. Sometimes they found men who took their complaints to heart. Other times they received less sympathy. DeForest displayed both tendencies even in his helpful stance with albums. He filed a report. I lost myself. For Washington, that he would rather empty. That was rather empty and understated. And his other retelling of an outrage received no official tallying at all. Consequently, the criticisms of the detractors at the time, embraced even by some historians, fail to substantiate the claim that these agents always stressed rather than minimize white violence, or their bias caused the majority of them to serve as an arm of the radical Republicans and to accept any report from black people at face value. Most agents did the best they could under difficult circumstances. However, the limitations of the Freedmen's Bureau's infrastructure, lack of clear policies, and other structural matters within the agency guaranteed that their monthly reports, contrary to Democratic claims, understated the crimes in their jurisdictions. I'm emphasizing that because I'm going to read tables, and so when you hear the numbers of people killed, it's nowhere near what happened. Understated the crimes in the jurisdiction. Southern whites also had a hand in limiting the fuller accounting of atrocities against black people. White people used various forms of coercion to prevent black Americans from seeking justice with military authorities, including murder. Because of this, officers of the Freedmen's Bureau believed that atrocities were underreported at least by half. At least. They had to have missed half of them. At least. And these are people that don't even know. So imagine. It's a tip of the iceberg, the numbers that you're going to hear. Meanwhile, the half that the agents gathered told a shameful story of law enforcement officers in the South turning a blind eye to and even encouraging the slayings of blacks, beatings of blacks, burglaries against blacks, and rapes of black women. The police encouraged. Documentation of atrocities by the Freedmen's Bureau faced numerous challenges because the Bureau was so new, as leaders often fashioned procedures on the fly. Keeping track of outrages evolved over time, only as officials saw the need to show what was happening in the South. Irregularities in reporting were natural in such an environment, although not in the way the Democrats claimed. It was impossible to capture the complete measure of the lawlessness in communities with organizational, logistical, and other difficulties, ensuring that the Bureau underreported the nature of crime. So they just didn't underreport the the killings. They underreported the rapes, the theft. Black people who had money from the Civil War, they were robbed. Confederate people robbed and killed black vets. My relatives who were veterans from the Civil War fled to the city of Baltimore. They couldn't live outside of D.C. My ancestors moved from Montgomery and Prince George's County into D.C. as white people to escape getting robbed and killed. Our homes would get burnt down with any regularity. It's certain things that my grandparents, other people, never talked about. And some of you, let me keep going. Although Commissioner Howard asked for an accounting of murders in September 1866, his orders stipulated no particular format. Howard at the time wasn't even interested in recording the names of the victims. Without a template, some officers supplied information in tabulated form, more quantitative, others in paragraph descriptions, more qualitative. The information represented by a particular officer could be inconsistent. The more scrupulous officers provided the names of the victims and attackers, as well as the motivations for the assaults. Major DeForest didn't go that far in his record of the attack on Ullams, omitting details entirely. He was not alone. The murders and outrageous records often contain incident reports with paltry information. No names of victims, only a hazy notion of perpetrators, and no idea of the resolution of the case. Officers did not always omit the facts, either on purpose or through negligence. Some of the reporting lay beyond their control. The information itself could be scanty, communicated by relatives or friends who did not have complete knowledge of what happened. Sometimes the stories came in weeks after the original assault, preventing officers from cornering suspects who fled or from finding witnesses who could confirm the allegations. Hearsay was inevitable. Personnel problems added another challenge to the consistently gathering information. In general, the Freedmen's Bureau was short-staffed. They never had enough people. Of course, this will help black folks. They never had enough people, and they had to renew every year. That's how they, shit. We need our MFM. We damn sure need our MFM. On paper, each state had an assistant commissioner to supervise a bevy of subordinates such as a medical officer, a finance officer, an inspector, district superintendents, an overseer of schools, and a local agent hired from communities. Also important were the sub-assistant commissioners like DeForest, who had jurisdiction over particular areas, regions of the state, often in combination of counties. It was rare to have all positions filled. Let me read this again. It was rare, even with the lack of people, they still didn't fill all the positions to provide support for our ancestors. Still didn't have enough people. Never had enough. We never had a chance. We need our damn money, people. How many of y'all like this? Y'all still like this? Oh, I'm making good progress. And I also want to tell y'all, y'all can donate. There are a couple more of these I want to get. I got about 6 books I need to get. Yes, y'all need to drop me a few pennies. I need them. You know how to do it. You can send me through Venmo and Patreon. My Patreon is DrRandyShort. My Venmo is DrRandyShort. DrRandyShort. For Patreon and Venmo, it's the same. For Cash App, it's $DrRandyShort. $DrRandyShort. If you do Zelle or PayPal, they both have the same one, which is wrandyshort@gmail.com. And I don't know, pretty soon I'm going to have a post office box. I've been saying it, but I was in the hospital and taking care of my mom. Said, Mom's life matters, right? I'm going to take care of my mom. I don't care what nobody says. I love my moms. And my mom's looking good. My mom is really doing well. I want to thank everybody that gave to the GoFundMe. My mother's alive in part because people helped. Stuff y'all gave me, I trust me, I definitely looked out for my moms. I appreciate y'all. Y'all been good to me. Please retweet this, like this. I usually don't do that, but please like and retweet. Share this. Tell other people about it. My platform, I never wanted more than 5,000 people. I only have 3,000. Some of y'all should share all these videos. I haven't locked my stuff up. I could. I am thinking, I'm going to probably do the Rumble. I had it. I just haven't used it. I absolutely want folks to know. And if nothing else, okay? So like this, share it. I'm going to keep reading. And my God, folks. Once I do this, I think I'm going to read another chapter in another book. Let me see. I'm here. I'm on 33. Did I get to 33? Let me see. No, let me see. Short-staffed. That's where I stopped. On paper, it was rare to have all positions filled. An early history of the Bureau tracked an incredible amount of turnover. A lot of folks didn't want to work, or they were afraid to help black people. A lot of turnover. People didn't stay. So there wasn't even consistency in the staffing, the people collecting information on our ancestors being murdered. An incredible amount of turnover, beginning with the assistant commissioners in 3.5 years. 54 different assistant commissioners served in 16 states in the District of Columbia. The turnout at the lower level proved even more dramatic, and the officers shouldered a crushing load of paperwork which prevented them from maintaining a consistent, thorough tabulation of outrages. See, this is another thing. I need to read that again. So when you hear these numbers, the numbers we're getting are bullshit numbers of how many of our ancestors that they murdered. Again, they had so much paperwork, they couldn't maintain a consistent calculation of who was being and how many people were being killed. One declared, my letters to magistrates concerning the freedmen's complaints were so numerous that I only recorded the most important, leaving the vulgar herd, let's talk about black people, of insignificant injuries to the uncertain labyrinths of my memory. So if it wasn't really, really that big, someone white just bust your head open, that's not going to make the report. Now, if you got rape, gang rape, no, that's significant, right? Right. And you were pregnant? Yeah, I'm going to write that down. This officer frankly admitted he did not record all the evidence of outrages because of his heavy workload. And he admitted it. Imagine how many didn't. The desperation to fill positions sometimes caused officials, listen to this, to draw upon former Confederates as subcontracted agents to provide the first point of contact for black people for filing complaints. So you got to go to your old master to say that his son shot you. Do you think that these Confederate people reported the black folks getting killed? Do you? Is there a stupid ass person out there that believes that? Without enough staff, officers had to beg for volunteers from local authorities who absorbed the cost. So that means areas that didn't even want these Freedmen's Bureau people there, that hated black people's guts, had to pay their little bit of money in the South that was smoldering, that was destroyed, to collect information on killing folks that they used to own as chattel property. Do you think that they were really going to help them compile how many black folks they killed, or raped, or beat, or robbed? The answer is hell no. I'm emphasizing this to say to you that a Holocaust happened to black people between 1862 and basically up into shit. They killed black people by the thousands, maybe tens of thousands. And no one's really tried to do that. And we're sorry ass people that we've never, all these scholars, what's this guy, Skip Gates, no one's ever said how many black people have been butchered. Let's see if we could do some kind of modeling demographically to have an idea. There's enough money to do it. Our black elite, our boule people, there are trash. They should be strung up for being such sorry ass people, for not finding out. This would be enough for reparations itself. Even when we were free, trying to work with people that had dogged us, they're still killing us, murdering us. I mean, this. Oh, I've never owned these slaves. Never listened to anyone saying that. I don't like reading stuff like this. This makes me mad. Congress, in the first year of the Bureau's existence, had appropriated no funds for salaries, forcing the Freedmen's Bureau administrators to rely on people from the community to serve as agents. In Georgia, Brigadier General placed former Confederates overseeing the interests of freed people. These are the same people. These are the same people, guys. These are the same people who had just 300 black folks got killed. The same, that state of Georgia where in like a year, 300 black people got killed, that's the Confederate number. Do you think these Confederates told the truth? Do you? Maybe they killed 3,000 people. So the Confederates are in charge. This did not sit well. One military officer in November 1866 complained to Tilson, quote, "The appointment of rebels as agents of the Bureau is as foul and wicked injustice to the freedmen and a disgrace to the government. The Bureau in Georgia is practically under rebel rule and managed exclusively for the benefit of the black man's oppressors. The law requiring employees of the Bureau to take the oath equivalent to the test oath is not executed. The chief clerk, the assistant commissioner, who's a rebel who served through the war under Confederate General Wade Hampton. Black Americans likely approach such men cautiously." So that means the state of Georgia didn't get any kind of real data at all. Not good. Because you had people who were helping to kill them. So the Freedmen's Bureau was compromised. Even if they were diehard Yankee, the Bureau staff may not have shared an incentive to safeguard freed people's welfare. The Bureau was under the War Department, extension of the military staff, primarily by Army personnel. The Army protocol gave the officers of the Freedmen's Bureau little choice in the soldiers who fell under their command. They were assigned, not selected. When author John T. Trowbridge toured the South, he met an officer in Memphis who complained that the law establishing the Bureau did not permit him to choose his own soldiers for duty. Some of the detailed soldiers, he said, were always incompetent or neglectful of their duties, or so prejudiced for or against blacks that they were incapable of administering justice. A few, he said, remained in sympathy with slavery. Others were seduced by planters or local Democrats who massaged their egos or showered them with social favors. Undoubtedly, many of these detailed men hoped to be mustered out of service and sent home rather than saddled with the tediums of record keeping, especially about black people. The more problematic agents populated the lower ranks, such as civilian men recruited from communities. Officers at the top underwent stronger vetting and generally had intentions to help the transition of the formerly enslaved to freedom. This does not mean, though, that they were perfectly sympathetic to the predicament of black Americans. Whenever they have African Americans, they say black Americans, okay? Sorry. The only one assistant commissioner chosen originally by Howard that could be considered a fully fledged abolitionist. Only one. Most had been generals that served with Howard or had come to the attention of the Secretary of War. They are primarily native-born, college-educated, and from the North. Howard himself was known for his strong Christianity, and he liked men of similar stock. General Howard was a good person, folks. There are some good white people. We should remember them. Not that we count on them, but there's some. And real Christianity means you got to treat people right. Anyone that's not treating people right is full of shit if they call themselves a Christian, and they're going to burn in hell. Take it from me. Okay, so Howard University started off as a Bible school. But whether or not they met with his own religious standards, he tended to seek conscientious men. As a group, unlike the critics maintained, they hardly could be considered uniformly radical. Radical meant that they were for black people. And that's how you're radical now. If you want justice or fairness or reparations, you're crazy. People that want you poor and hungry and dirty and having health disparities, you're radical. I'm sorry. They're good people. They're conservative people. Folks who want justice are crazy. Yet these assistant commissioners were not blind to the inequality that black Americans face. Most of them did not believe in the equality of the races, did not believe. But when it came to justice for freed people, they held strongly to the principle of equality before the law. I don't know how you can do both. See someone that's inferior but think they have, but he's a white person writing this. Beyond personnel matters, the quick establishment of a bureau without organizational precedents or consistent guidelines to handle the lives of millions of people ensured that even men with the best intentions faced enormous problems. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. 2 military officers enlisted by President Johnson to inspect the bureau, Generals James B. Steedman and J.S. Fullerton, underscored the disordered nature of an agency patched together to handle radical upheaval and social, economic, and political relations. But the reports they produced was a biased one. Johnson intended to prove that Congress should disband the Bureau and had selected men who agreed with him for inspection, so he hates blacks. Reading against the grain of the conclusions, nonetheless, underscores the procedural problems that beset the agency, especially when it came to the oversight of criminal behavior. So you don't want to do anything to protect black life. Steedman and Fullerton noted that the Bureau had no settled mode of administration and little uniformity in procedures. Officers applied different policies as they adapted to particular circumstances within their jurisdiction. And one state officers exerted judicial powers, in another they turned over cases to civil authorities, and still another they turned conflicts over to provost courts, which were military bodies. In some areas, officers tried to regulate wages, and others they did not. In some states, the Bureau interceded on behalf of freed people, and others, its officers coerced the freedmen to the advantage of planters. In other words, they basically re-enslaved them. That's the Bureau good guys, making them take like slave jobs. The report added to the impression that violence in the South had been overblown. First, Steedman and Fullerton admitted that antagonism and bloodshed did exist in one place. There is still more ill feeling between whites and blacks in Mississippi than elsewhere. So-called organized desperados held the town of Grenada in terror. Snipers had fired at night at the mayor of Meridian, but they challenged an officer in Columbus who had estimated 2/3 of the planters in this neighborhood had committed outrages on freed people. On investigation, they noted that the statements of this officer as to the ill treatment of Negroes grossly exaggerated, and learned that the agent himself had on one occasion advised the planter with whom he was dining to club any Negro that refused to work. The generals concluded that aside from certain areas of Mississippi, freed people received kind treatment from whites. They rationalized the capitalist principle, smoothed over race relations, that the labor value of black people in the marketplace furnished them protection. They had market value as commodity, as slaves during slavery. It's a damn lie. But it did not, especially if freed people risked trying to report their side of the story to local agents of the Bureau. Time and again, employers or local thugs intimidated or gunned down black men and women on their way to air their grievances before military officers. Despite these issues that undoubtedly restrained the reports of violence, most Bureau officials did their best, given their own limitations, to account for the atrocities in their jurisdictions. And black people, although aware of the dangers they face and the problematic nature of the military personnel, still tried to tell their stories, even though the vast majority of complaints received little satisfaction. For black people, justice in the early Reconstruction remained an aspiration, not a reality. Black Americans could not testify in courts or sit in juries until after the radical Reconstruction began in 1867. For the most part, the criminal justice system typically punished rather than protected them. Military justice provided one of the few avenues of possible retribution despite imperfections. Even if no justice came, it was worth placing a violation of human rights on record in a government document. The act of reporting itself, according to one historian, provided a means of resistance for freed people. And so freed people went in droves to military officers, just as Cato Allums did when he appeared on the doorstep of John William DeForest. They came for many purposes, including to complain about the need for schools, about planters who refused to pay wages, about families torn asunder as white people enforced apprenticeship laws. White folks could just take your children if they wanted them, like Child and Family Services. Nothing is new. 1 out of 9 black children are removed from their homes. Wake the hell up, sleeping black people. Forced apprenticeship. If I wanted your child, let me just break this down to you. Under the black codes, let's say that your child knew how to work with horses and put horseshoes on, and I had a stable, and I didn't want to pay anybody. I could come up and apprentice, literally tell someone, I want Devin Haley. Yes, Sister Devin Haley and Judah and everybody else to work for me, their kids. And the police would come and take your damn kids. And if you didn't like it, they could put your ass in jail, or you could end up dead. And they could take your kids for a couple of years and make them work and tell you, I'm going to take care of them. They might learn how to read. This is the freedom that, and they're talking about white people in South Africa. That's some stupid shit Trump's on. Quote me, I said it. It's stupid. So they apprenticeship laws, and about many more circumstances. They also came because of outrages committed against them, their relatives, and their neighbors. In 1868, one report to Congress noted North Carolina, the offices of the Bureau were thronged day after day, dawn till dark, by victims of these wrongs, many of them having traveled on foot several days to find a friend who would defend and protect them. The assistant commissioner of the state noted that this personnel had adjudicated 3,400 cases within 1 quarter year. Thomas D. Elliott, a Republican congressman from Massachusetts who served as the chair of the Committee on Freedmen Affairs, extrapolated from the figure that more than 100,000 complaints may have been heard by Bureau officers in a single year across the South. Whether the estimate is accurate, little doubt exists that freed people sought intervention by the military to fight against numerous transgressions that they face within the civil system that practice unequal justice. Although the problems in record keeping gave critics ammunition to argue that the material was tainted and thus worthless, Reports from the Bureau represented hard-won evidence that accurately portrayed the larger pattern of violence within the Southern communities. But Democrats refused to believe what had increasingly become damning testimony of the white South's rejection of the terms of reunion. Over the course of 3+ years, officers collected and identified 3,981 incident reports under the title Records Relating to Murders and Outrages. That's Table 2.1 that I'll show you in a moment. The materials have been preserved by the National Archives on microfilm, involving 8 states of the former Confederacy and the District of Columbia, D.C. Although most of the incidents span 1866 to the end of 1868, when the Freedmen Bureau began a phased reduction in personnel. So they never had enough personnel, and they're reducing personnel as they're compiling the report. Keep that in your mind. The records include some crimes reported in 1865. Some. The record overall contains the fate between 5,000 and 6,000 people, since one incident report could include multiple victims. In other words, an account might contain 1 killed, another wounded, a third who escaped, counted as one report. The item actually contained a murder, physical assault, and attempted slaying. With the exception of Louisiana, physical assaults tended to be more numerous than murders. That's based on what they could collect. We gathered under physical assaults a wide variety of incidents such as stabbings, whippings, burnings, beatings, or other kinds of physical contact that harmed the individual but fell short of death. Some involved quite minor encounters, while other serious attacks left victims incapacitated. They were disabled. They cut off hands and feet. In Kentucky, when black people were fleeing, they would cut your hands off so you couldn't work for anyone. Way before Sierra Leone, way before the Congo, they were copying here. Verbal assaults featured abusive comments, but more often threats of murder or other punitive measures if the person did not change a particular behavior or tried to report atrocities to Union officials. This kind of encounter DeForest had dismissed as a rough frolic. Here we are. We're going to look at this table, but I want to read it to you. And this is a very incomplete. So remember, they said they got 50%. They missed. They got maybe half. So if they got about close to 4,000 murders and outrages in 1868, maybe it was 8,000, and that within that 8 it could be multiples. So let me read this to you. What they had for Georgia. They had 69 incident reports, which included 18 murders, 35 physical assaults, 3 verbal assaults, 1 sexual assault, 3 theft, 1 civil court, 66 instances that are unspecified. In Georgia, 451 incident reports, 160 murders, but remember, they said 300 people were killed. Now the number is 160, which is half. 160 murders, 306 physical assaults, 15 verbal assaults, 1 sexual assault, 3 thefts, 27 attacks over political stuff, 48 cases in civil court, 10 cases in military court, 4 convictions, 2 fines. Louisiana, 507 reports, 529 murders, 480 physical assaults, 25 verbal assaults, 9 sexual assaults, 41 cases of theft or damage, 35 cases of political activity. That's 46 civil court cases, 6 military court cases, 4 convictions, 3 fines levied. North Carolina, 192 incident reports, only 9 murders. You know that that's not true. Physical assaults, 153, verbal assaults, 17, sexual assaults, 6, theft damage, 15, civil court, 26, military court, 8 convictions, 23, fines levied, 8. South Carolina, we know this is BS. 146, 19 murders, 92 physical assaults, 8 verbal assaults. They have 0 sexual assaults. Come on now. Theft, damage, 14, political intent, 14, civil court, 25, military court, 8, convictions, 7, fines levied, 1. Texas, 2,288 incident reports, 859 reported murders, 1,259 physical assaults, 120 verbal assaults, 15 sexual assaults, 101 things of theft damage, 28 political intent, 226 civil court cases, 15 military court cases, 46 convictions, 254 fines levied. Tennessee, 65 reports, 21 murders, 30 physical assaults, 8 verbal assaults, 2 sexual assaults, 10 cases of theft, 7 civil court, 5 military court, 5 convictions, 2 fines levied. Virginia, 162, 19 murders, 95 physical assaults, 8 verbal assaults, 3 sexual assaults, 19 theft and damage, 5 political, 13 civil court, 0 military court, 7 convictions. And the last but least, this is Washington, D.C. If you wonder why we have such incredible coons here, a lot of people here were sheltered from stuff, the government to protect them. In D.C., there was 101 incident reports, 0 murders, 38 physical assaults, 14 verbal assaults, 0 sexual assaults, 5 cases of theft or damage, 4 cases of political intent, 0 civil court, 0 military court, 0 convictions, 0 fines levied. DC is like a paradise ghetto. Let me hold this up so y'all can see it, the table. And you need to get your own, y'all need to get your own books. I can read it to you, but, okay, now I'm going to read more. Looking at the region of the greatest violence, the lower South stands out, particularly the states of Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. And they left Florida out. Trust me, they were killing people in Florida. They always kill people in Florida. Florida, you have to think about orange juice. You should think about them killing black people. Central Florida is insane. It's always been. You're not getting the whole thing. Just have an idea. This is just the tip of the iceberg of how black people were treated. The Lone Star State led the way in a mind-boggling 2,288 incident reports of atrocities, nearly 60% of all outrages. Murders there exceeded 800, and various kinds of physical assaults numbered 1,259. The number of whites killed, of this number that they counted, and you know they're going to count white people that died, most of the white deaths involved Union men. The number of whites killed outnumbered blacks over a 3-year period, although narrowly. based on the numbers that they have. See, this devil needs to say it. Based on what they reported, you're going to write down if a white person got killed. You ain't going to say nothing if a black person got hurt. So, yeah, they reported more white people that got hurt than they did black people. So in Texas, they said more white people. Do you really think they killed more white people for black people? Are y'all kidding me? But anyway, this is how these records go. Whites killed outnumbered blacks over a 3-year period, although narrowly. Most white deaths involved Union men, indicating that they had either opposed secession or failed to back the Confederacy or hailed from the North. Former Confederates might assassinate anyone who stood in the way of their securing local power. White supremacists often claim they used violence to fend off a race war, meaning the alleged agitation by black people and their Unionist comrades, but the numbers fail to support the assertion. White people were by far the main instigators of violence. Y'all need to have firearms. Strap up. People are crazy. We need some white fatigue out here. Louisiana totaled 507 incident reports of murders and outrages, followed by Georgia with 451. Power struggles repeatedly tore apart the Pelican State, which resulted in more than 500 homicides. I need to remind you that in 1868, and this isn't accurate, they killed, in one county in Louisiana, I saw a figure, about 1,800 black people were killed. 1,800. And so this number is 500. It's not true. 1,800 is more than 3 times 500. And that's just one parish. I'm sorry. Based on the work done and stated by the scholars, that figure was certainly underreported. As I was telling you, the early occupation of New Orleans in 1862 made it the center of political conflict over Reconstruction. A well-known massacre that took place there in July 1866. Federal officers paired the state with Texas for administrative purposes, placing both under the command of Major General Philip Sheridan, a no-nonsense subordinate of General Ulysses S. Grant, who relished tough stands against former Confederates. Georgia was also a troublesome state featuring political assassinations. Commissioner Howard at one point erupted in a letter, "Is it really so that no man can say what he thinks in Augusta, Georgia, without being in danger of offending the delicate sensibilities of the enemy of the country? Must we bow and scrape forever?" Tennessee represented a special case that resulted in the underreporting of violence. The state, which seemed to have come in last number of complainants, actually had a notorious track record, causing Major General George Thomas to beg for troops to quell terrorism by the Ku Klux Klan. Remember, Nathan Bedford Forrest did the massacre of black people at Fort Pillow, and Nathan Bedford Forrest used to hang in Jackson, Tennessee, where I know I used to live. And Tennessee, they did what they wanted to. These numbers aren't accurate. It's only a hint of how much our people suffered, how much we should be demanding a big-ass check. Because Tennessee had been considered reconstructed early, it escaped the initial cataloging of atrocities. The record for the state was assembled rather quickly, with cases scraped together from 1865 and 1866. Klan violence became an increasing factor in 1868 and caused a congressional inquiry to request special data from the Freedmen's Bureau then, which made it into a government report, but one whose findings have remained separate from the main record. The congressional numbers of Klan activity, when added to the record of murders and outrages cited in Table 2.1, meant the state ran neck and neck with Georgia for homicides. Georgia had 160 murders that they reported. When you add the Klan activity with what the Freedmen's Bureau, then they had 160 or thereabout in Tennessee, meaning that that number that I was telling you, 21, is way off. 21 can go into 165, 8 times. The number of murders was 8 times the number that they reported. Who is to say these numbers are 10% of the people murdered? And we should try to get the answer. The rest of the states fell considerably lower in notations of violence, although this does not suggest a peaceful accommodation to racial adjustment. Most likely, there are other peculiarities in the data collection that account for anomalies, and timing was everything when it came to tracking outbreaks of violence. Flare-ups occurred idiosyncratically based on local political struggles. And North Carolina, which looks peaceful in Table 2.1, became a center of concern over the Ku Klux Klan during hearings in the early 1870s. That's when they passed those Ku Klux Klan acts. And it is a federal law that you can go after police that murder people. None of your people, even Crump's ass, has never used the Ku Klux Klan Act on these cops. It's federal law. It's binding. They used it for the white girl Heather Heyer that got killed in Charlottesville. And these nigger lawyers that travel around the country who get paid don't want justice. They want millions. Ku Klux Klan hearings during the early 70s, and South Carolina produced their own record of terrorism that increased after the Bureau quit tracking violence. Virginia contained former Whigs who avoided imposition of the radical Reconstruction by agreeing to black suffrage so that white leaders maintained home rule. They had hoped to project an aura of peace. Even so, they often failed to hold this underlying tension in check. Howard stated that violence at times exploded in Virginia. At Petersburg, they had burned their churches. Got family from Petersburg. He wrote in 1866 at Hampton, they're burning houses, school buildings, churches, etc. We must do right firmly and not yield too far. It is likely that not all these crimes made it into the record of murders and outrages. Mysteriously, information from 3 states, Arkansas, Florida, and Mississippi, was not integrated into reporting of the murders and outrages. No clear evidence explains why the system of record keeping and reporting by assistant commissioners failed to account for these 3 states. No clear evidence explains why the system and record keeping failed to account for these states. Other sources certainly reveal episodes of violence there, and even the report of Steedman and Fullerton, who diminished the news of outrages, cited Mississippi as a contrary example. Those that know the vast manuscript collection of the Freedmen's Bureau understand that similar records may exist apart from the main report. Whatever the case, it is important not to overstate the geographic concentrations of white violence against freed people in light of the significant gap in formal reporting. The record overall confirmed what radical Republicans preached but their opponents denied, that the legal system did not serve African Americans. As Table 2.1 indicates, that most cases involving assaults on black people and white unionists never went to court or experienced anything remotely resembling justice. Convictions amounted to a ridiculously low total of 96 across all jurisdictions over the course of 3 years. Clearly, no justice existed and civil law for black people in the post-emancipation South. The negligence of local law enforcement to arrest and prosecute suspects encouraged white people to employ coercion to pin down labor, punishing freed people who stepped out of line, and murdering federal officials and white unionists who got in their way. In rare instances in which convictions occurred, the data do not reveal whether authorities enforced the decisions. Community attitudes could block the outcomes of the Bureau, and Texas Sub-Assistant Commissioner fined a citizen for threatening the life of President Johnson. The sheriff considered the fine illegal and tried to arrest the Bureau officer who had to seek sanctuary with the commander of the military post. Bowing to community pressure, superiors reassigned the Sub-Assistant Commissioner to Austin. Bureau personnel tried to protect freed people, but they swam against the tide of local whites who detested these non-civil court actions as an imposition of military rule and both openly and tacitly sanctioned resistance. At least one other regional particularity leaped out from the tabulation. The Washington, D.C. area demonstrated how slave owners resisted emancipation and how freedom did not allow some black parents control over their children. White planters that did not want to lose power over enslaved people used new apprenticeship laws to tear children from parents. Of the 110 incidents mentioned by the Bureau for the District of Columbia, which included cases from Maryland, slightly under half of them concerned masters using the legal system to deprive black American parents of custody of their children. After the Civil War, in states of the former Confederacy as well as the border states like Maryland, legal statutes gave preferences to former masters to care for children whose parents allegedly did not have the financial means to do so. White people maintained that former slaves could not transition to freedom without becoming dependent. They argued that even in freedom, black people required force to work, and they claimed it was better to remove children from parents who could not administer proper care and place them with people who could. Mind you, we used to raise their bastards, and now they're saying we can't raise our own. Invariably, it turned out to be former masters in the apprentice process. Parents of black American children generally could not testify, nor could they prove their solvency. Black people turned to the Freedmen's Bureau to challenge these decisions to try to preserve their families. The record of murders and outrages reveals the desperation that parents exhibited in these tragic cases. Shortly after the Maryland State Constitution instituted emancipation in 1864, Basil Crowdy and his wife in Calvert County had their 3 children taken away through a legal form of enslavement. The court bound the children to a Mr. D.R. Saleh despite the refusal of both parents to consent. Understandably, Mrs. Crowley lost emotional control during the proceedings. A constable at the hearing, finding the mother obstinate and deaf to reason, struck her in the face with his fist in the presence of judges. The sting of that blow and the frustration over losing her children to a white master endured. Although the incident happened in December 1864, the Freedmen's Bureau recorded the incident on June 16, 1868. 18 months had not blunted the anguish of these parents, who kept trying to reclaim their children. Unfortunately, the documents remain silent about whether they succeeded. They were by no means alone in their struggles, but the fact provided no comfort for them or for the others caught in this awful law. Maryland featured numerous instances of former masters attempting to pin down labor by apprenticing black children, many of them former slaves. As soon as this law allowed in late 1864, about 1,000 children had been seized in Maryland, in 2 Maryland counties alone. By the fall of 1866, officials reported that an additional 1,200 indentures. In the eastern shore counties, some 1,600 black children had come under this procedure. This practice was going strong until late 1867, when the Supreme Court Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase, while riding circuit, ruled against these apprenticeship relations as a violation of the Civil Rights Act and the 13th Amendment. But they had child slavery for 3 years. These accounts in the Washington area contain their own mystery of how they became part of the record of murders and outrages. Incidents occurred before Commissioner Howard directed his subordinates to trace lawlessness in the South. That these early cases from the Washington area ended up with the other murders and outrages material suggested that Howard dipped into older reports to gather the information for lawmakers and others who might help press the elimination of this atrocity. We know the practice of separating children from their parents distressed him. He made a point of commenting on this particular outrage in his annual report for 1867. The primary goal of the Freedmen's Bureau has been to unite families, not to separate them. The reporting represented yet one more circumstance in which Howard used data to expose an injustice to free people. The struggle over apprenticeship served as only one form of coercion imposed on newly freed black women, with the former masters using both law and violence to redraw racial and sexual borders. Black women stood out for the frequency of their appearance in the record for murders and outrages. Table 2.2 shows the people, both victims and assailants, identified by Bureau officials as being involved in the conflicts. Women, ministers, community leaders, and soldiers all faced violence that caught the attention of federal authorities. Black women, however, constituted the largest number of these subgroups. Although women represented only 15% of the total incident reports, in a number of states, the attacks on them range from 1/5 to 1/3. In Alabama, 32%, North and South Carolina, 25%, and Tennessee, 20%. If we consider the complaints from the people who lost custody of their children to apprentice laws, the presence of the women in the reporting only increases. In Alabama, there were 22 women victims. Georgia, 62 women victims. Louisiana, 61 black women victims. And South Carolina, 36 black women victims. In Tennessee, 13. Texas, 288. Virginia, 22. Washington, D.C., 26. 578 black women victims. Washington, D.C. leads the pack for ministers that were attacked, and these were ministers that would be fighting for black rights. 6. Next came Louisiana. 2 in Alabama, 2 in Georgia, 2 in South Carolina, 2 in Tennessee, 2 in Virginia, 1 in Texas. Freedmen's Bureau's victims. 2 in Alabama, 2 in Alabama, 6 in Georgia, 4 in Louisiana, 2 in North Carolina, 1 in South Carolina, 1 in Tennessee, 51 in Texas, 2 in Virginia, 2 in D.C. Black veterans attacked, 1 in Georgia, 1 in North Carolina, 1 in South Carolina, 1 in Tennessee, 8 in Texas, 1 in Virginia, but 6 in D.C. Ku Klux Klan attacks that they reported: 4 in Georgia, 12 in Louisiana, 6 in South Carolina, 7 in Tennessee, 10 in Texas, 9 in Virginia, total 48. Just white thugs attacking people: 11 in Georgia, 67 in, 11 in Alabama, 67 in Georgia, 119 in Louisiana, 26 in North Carolina, 33 in South Carolina, 18 in Tennessee, 274 in Texas, 11 in Virginia, 12 in D.C. As always in the case of gender conflicts, the incidents became part of the government, most likely made up of only a fraction of real numbers. So the things that happened to our sisters hasn't even been reported. The appearance of black women in the record is noteworthy. The fact that they testified at all about the criminal behavior of whites to a government entity represents an enormous change from the antebellum days. Before the war, free blacks typically could not testify against white people before local, state, or federal judges. During the war, Union military commissions led a change in this status quo as they prosecuted rape charges by black women against soldiers. Newly freed black women gained the right to legally testify as victims of sexual assault in military courts, as well as to contest other crimes. In a study of Missouri, one scholar has captured how the military commissioners heard instances of crimes against formerly enslaved women during the war, showing their persistence and creativity in transforming civil and domestic concerns into military affairs. After emancipation, but before the new state constitutions clarified the right of black testimony and civil court, the Freedmen's Bureau provided another avenue for women to pursue claims of justice when they may have had nowhere else to go. And officers, on the balance, took the women's account seriously, something that the Democrats and conservatives in the North or South refused to do. The long-standing traditions of criminal justice built on racism and gender discrimination fortified critics who refused to consider the testimony of black Americans as credible. The example of Major DeForest, though cautious that even helpful officers sometimes showed little enthusiasm for investigating crimes which may have contributed to the underreporting of criminal behavior against women, this seems to have been the case with rapes, which underrepresented the least reported outrage against women. Such a lack does not contradict historians' accounts of white men frequently raping black women, though. Most likely the diminished presence in these particular reports reflected the difficulty of traversing geographic distance to file reports. Most freed people lived in rural areas away from the Freedmen's Bureau officers stationed in towns. The prejudice of men in general against accepting black women's reporting sexual assault, the intimidation by white men against women reporting the crimes, and the trauma could dissuade a woman from exposing herself to a prejudiced criminal justice system. Gender norms, however, afforded black women no special protection from sexual assault. One study revealed that at least 2 instances of gang rape, one during the Memphis Massacre of 1866, the murder and outrageous record contained others, such as when John Washington and John Graham ravished Susan Gooseley, a black woman, hanging her up by the thumbs and striking her over the head with a pistol. She had to flee to her home in Davis County, Texas, to save her life. The Bureau reporting also showed black women fighting for control of their bodies and defending their right to children born of interracial relations with former masters. Conflicts came over the resolving of mixed-race relations that existed before the war, many of them the product of coercion. Historians have estimated the number of mulattoes in the South at between 10 to 12% in 1860, although the people of mixed-race unions made up made up more significant proportion of city dwellers. 39% of free blacks and 20% of enslaved. These numbers come from a society that publicly frowned on the amalgamation of the races, given the supposed stigma against such associations. The possible embarrassment when encountering a census marshal, more mixed-race offspring existed than appeared in the government records. Again, we never get the numbers right. It's how we're treated. Several incidents in the records expose the conflicts between white men and black women regarding who took custody of a mixed-race child or who held the power to determine sexual partners. In Tennessee, a white man named James Riley attacked a former slave, Catherine Riley, and kidnapped her child. He resisted giving up the child when a public official ordered the younger returned to the mother. Riley rode to the mother's location, beat her with a club until she was senseless, and took the child, stating that he hoped to put it out of the reach of the damn Yankees. In South Carolina, Albert Hamlin spirited his son, Winnie Anderson, to Alabama, keeping the boy out of reach of the mother. The record did not state if the mother ever saw her son again. In Georgia, Nelson Lanford beat and shot Harriet Blackwell, who had come to declare that he had fathered her child. Community sentiments may have been on her side as authorities, in a rare display, arrested Ladford and bound him over to legal court. Finally, one complaint revealed that a child held by a former master turned out to be 6.5 years old and not 18 as the man alleged. A person of that age could hardly have been essential for the laboring needs of a farm. This is some pedophile shit, guys. It seems like the perpetrator tried to keep one of the children he had fathered with the woman under slavery. If you believe that, I don't. He's looking for why. I say he's a freak. These conflicts likely arose from the number of motivations. Spite of white men, a desire to control a woman's sexual relations by preying on her motherly instincts, the intention to keep a child fathered illegitimately during slavery. Whatever the underlying causes of the outrages, the record reveals yet one more wrenching side of the transition to freedom, in which the undoing and remaking of family relations took a particular toll on freed women. Rarely did such situations reflect themselves in debates in Congress or in the public press. They were more likely overlooked. Then there were the more clear-cut, although no less repugnant cases when men tried to force sexual concessions, failed, and meted out horrible consequences. In March 1868, John Cawdy killed a woman in Texas because she would not commit adultery with him. Tillman Kerbo did the same to Virginia Harrison, who would not yield to his desires. More complicated was the case of D. Beasley, who had cohabitated 17 years with a woman identified as Minerva. After abandoning the home for more than a year, he returned, only to be spurned by Minerva and his sexual advances. In response, he drove out both Minerva and 70-year-old Unity, who had nursed him as a child. The Freedmen's Bureau ordered him to take back the victims of base imprisonment, but nothing indicated how the matter resolved. The existence of black women's testimony on the record showed that they embraced a sense of citizenship and loyalty to the nation that had made them determined to fight for equality under the law. They turned to the Freedmen's Bureau, as one historian observed, into an ally in the battle to define freedom, and risking their lives to supply information on atrocities to Bureau agents. They asserted the right to live free of violence and to maintain the ability to control their bodies. Freed women in these new circumstances represent a political threat, even without voting rights, as they made public legal issues out of supposedly private domestic conflicts. Households served as sites of power struggles involving new racial and sexual relations. Additionally, black women took on identities as unionists and sided with both black and white men in political fights, and they involved themselves in the struggle with their men before this damn feminism came along. to resist violence intended to construct white supremacy. So if they stopped working with their black men, they're working for white supremacy. If you're a black feminist, you're a white supremacist, you're a traitor to your community. One report revealed women's struggles in the political arena to eliminate segregation on public transportation. Black women in the North employed tactics similar to those of Rosa Parks and the modern civil rights movement by riding in white sections of cars, forcing arrests, and then using the incident to file suit. On February 1st, 1868, a similar incident happened near Gordonville, Virginia. Freedmen's Bureau officer reported the conductor of a railroad between Richmond and Fredericksburg had put out 3 black women because of their race, meaning he evicted them from the train. He noted that the women wished to file a suit in the U.S. District Court to take advantage of the Civil Rights Act. The Bureau officer noted that the legal papers had been filed and forwarded to a U.S. District Attorney, but no outcome was reported. Here again, women immediately seized upon legal mechanisms to testify to their sense of rights as citizens and enjoying the ability to bring complaints to the government. Violence came to women, just as it did to men who demonstrated signs of independence or especially political mobilization. Free people understood that the atrocities originated from more than emotion. They also revealed a tactical mindset and increasingly expressed itself and a nascent insurgency against the upheaval in power and the post-emancipation South. President Johnson and his Democrat supporters based their arguments for Reconstruction policies on the impression that the former rebels accepted their fate, recognized federal authority, and conducted peaceful relations with freed people. They rejected any evidence that countered a position that favored a quick reunion with political rights restored to former Confederates. Yet they could not have been more wrong. Military personnel knew that individual acts of violence hindered a more organized power struggle. Occasionally, the Freedmen's Bureau's officials fielded complaints of bands of men acting in concert as self-described regulators, which echoed resistance to taxes and fees by colonial officials. Soldiers encountering violence called them desperados, bushwhackers, and bandits. Bands of these men operated with impunity, with the tacit and open sanction of community leaders, law enforcement officers, magistrates, and judges. It took the United States Army until later in the century to come up with a name for these low-intensity conflicts to effect political change. Insurgencies, or for that matter, it's basically white racial guerrilla war against black people. Insurgencies are fought not only with guns but also with the complicity of political and legal officials. According to the contemporary State Department report, it is the organized use of subversion and violence to seize, nullify, or challenge political control of a region. As such, it is primarily a political struggle in which both sides use armed force to create the space for the political, economic, and influence activities to be effective. People do not necessarily wage an insurgency as a single group with a centralized military-style command structure, but may involve a complex matrix of different actors with various aims, loosely connected and dynamic and non-hierarchical networks. The tools of an insurgency fall into 3 areas: persuasion, which uses ideology as well as money and control of land; subversion, which people disrupt government institutions and organizations; and coercion, especially violence, but economic control and tactics aimed at government officials to dissuade them from taking measures to prevent outrages. The conquered South featured these activities even before more paramilitary organizations like the Ku Klux Klan became a visible force. Democratic newspapers undergirded the ideological resistance and fed racial anger over the alleged indignities suffered from black resistance to white privilege. Southern employers did what they could to coerce labor. Land redistribution of formerly enslaved people was nipped in the bud. Even early in Reconstruction, we can find actions intended to achieve a political effect, to diminish federal control over race-labor relations. Collusions existed throughout the legal system to enable white violence against black men and women as part of the shaping of a new order. Confederates could not win a conventional war against the U.S. Army, but white Southerners contained their losses through the administering of offices of sheriffs, constables, judges, and other posts within the legal system. To officers of the Freedmen's Bureau, a disturbing number of assaults suggested that violence often had more widespread intentions behind it other than the settling personal scores. At first glance, that evidence may not leap from the catalog of cruelties and the records relating to murders and outrages. Group activity provides one place to look for people acting in concert, yet across the records of the Freedmen's Bureau personnel, only 571, roughly 15% of the incident reports, specifically mention more than one person involved in committing an outrage. If the reports had singled out a community leader as part of the atrocities, doctors, lawyers, sheriffs, municipal officials are added, the figure creeps up to 16% of the incident reports. Although these figures fall short of a majority, the tendency of terrorists to act in groups, no matter how infrequently, registered strongly on the Bureau officials. They fear that such incidents signal the resurgence of the rebel spirit and express their concerns when seeing bands of men acting in concert. That rebel authorities fail to respond or look the other way also troubled federal authorities. After a band of lawless men murdered 9 to 15 people in Tennessee, a Bureau official remarked, their numbers are so formidable that they overawe the peaceable, quiet citizens, and they have things their own way. The word overall served as a euphemism for the lack of local enforcement. It was a charitable interpretation that presumed local officials even cared at all to protect free people from persecuting white men. The combination of vigilante activity and the lack of law enforcement spoke volumes to the military personnel stationed in the South. Without local courts, criminal proceedings, holding perpetrators accountable, the justice system encouraged the continuation of atrocities and revealed a community-wide acceptance of violence as a tool for restructuring social, economic, and political terrain. Bureau officials noted whenever elites participated, more often leaders in the community were satisfied to let others do the dirty work and help them cover up the circumstances through the sham of criminal justice. Freedmen's Bureau officers experienced community resistance personally. In late 1865, unidentified residents in Fayette, Mississippi, broke into the office of the sub-commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, burned valuable papers, stole revenue stamps and money. This was an assault on the federal authority, yet local officials looked the other way. At roughly the same time of the year, Captain Warren Peck, an officer in Copiah County, Mississippi, faced worse circumstances. Residents there seized this representative of the U.S. military, confining him for 3 days in an iron cage in the county jail that was only 5 feet high and 5 feet wide and 7 feet long. Although forced to sleep in the cage for an additional 7 nights, Peck's captors let him out during the daytime while restricting him to confines of the jail. The mob arrested him was led by the sheriff of the county. Peck was tried as an incompetent county justice of peace. Understandably, the imprisoned Peck could not come up with the bond of $2,000 to guarantee his presence before the circuit court. It was an exorbitant sum for a man constrained behind iron bars. What finally earned his release? Forced from the U.S. military. Collusion existed among law enforcement of personnel to allow the infringement of rights. One example captures the often shameless example of how public officials in the former Confederacy flaunted the legal system when it came to black people. It was not the worst of atrocities that one encounters in the records relating to murders and outrages, although it's bad enough for the women suffering the ordeal. How this one incident played out, however, symbolized the agreement among law enforcement personnel to let violence against black people go unpunished. In Louisiana, in the late summer 1865, a white man named Damascus D. Day slashed with a knife Mary Stewart, a freedwoman. She was contracted as a day laborer to Thomas Day, perhaps the father of Damascus, until January 1866. Discord arose over some facet of her working arrangement. When Day threatened to kill her, Stewart fled, but was caught and returned to the white man's house. There he cut off her head with the knife, while his mother begged him not to kill the freedwoman. That pleading saved Stewart's life, but it did not stop Day from slashing her twice on the arm and then stabbing her in the side. This was nothing out of the ordinary. The act was fairly typical of violent encounters between white men and black women in the post-Reconstruction South. All you swirlers, as this black fatigue, whole lot of black women gonna get jacked up. All you feminists, y'all deserve what y'all get. Y'all pork chops that have mouthed off. It's coming. It was, however, unusual that authorities ordered Day to New Orleans for trial. Predictably, neither Stewart nor witnesses on her behalf appeared at the appointed time. The Freedmen's Bureau officer reporting on the case supposed that intimidation had occurred. Most likely Day or his acquaintances had let Mary Stewart know the punishment that awaited if she pushed forward the issue. The next step after such a slashing would have been to finish the job through murder. Stewart took the prudent course to stay away from attaining proceeding, but then the story took a turn that made it more than a knifing incident. Instead of being punished, Day was immediately afterwards, in the word of the Freedmen's Bureau officer, appointed by the local authorities to serve on the grand jury that was in session. These legal entities consisted of people from the community who heard a district attorney or other officer of the court represent the facts of cases to determine whether evidence existed to issue a true bill to take a matter to the trial. The grand jury did not decide on guilt or innocence, only whether enough wrongdoing occurred to warrant the hearing. As such, the grand jury served as a gatekeeper for the community's definition of crimes. Here was Damascus D. Day, the slasher of a woman, and someone who either intimidated the witness himself or who had friends discourage her from testifying, rewarded with a position of authority in which he helped determine whether complaints had sufficient evidence to move forward with prosecution. The speed with which this occurred immediately afterward made an impression on the officer recording this affair. It was a slap in the face for black Americans and white Republicans for the sheer hubris conveyed by this court's appointment of a man guilty of assault with intent to murder to serve as one of the arbiters of crime. It requires little energy to find in Bureau reports more instances of civil authorities contradicting the statements of President Johnson and Democrats that magistrates in the South perform their jobs without racial bias. The assistant superintendent, hey, what's up? Okay, I have to take a cat break. Come here, selfish. Come here. Come on. Come on. You're disturbing me. You want to crash my show? Crash it. Bring it up here. There's space now. Come on. Okay, come here. What's up? You want to go outside? What you want? You're disturbing me. Come on. Come on. I have white Jesus with me. You like white Jesus? You want to meet him? Come on. All right, hold on. Come here. Come here. Okay, they want something. They must want to go outside. Okay, let me go back. Um, okay, they want to go outside. Let me finish this. I'll stop here. Let me read this. Stop bothering me. Stop it. Stop it. Don't disrupt my show. The assistant superintendent of the bureau at Suffolk, Virginia, reported in June 1866 that outrages occurred there frequently, and one particular captured his attention for the signal it sent to the public officials fought rather than aided the efforts to preserve law and order. A party of white ruffians walked down the streets of Suffolk, assaulting every black person in sight. White citizens took no notice. Later that day, the men nearly killed 2 older black men with bricks. The assistant superintendent sought help from the mayor, who passed the buck by telling the officer that it was the chief magistrate who handled these matters. As expected, the magistrate refused to act, instead dumped the situation back into the mayor's hands. Meanwhile, enough time had passed during these bureaucratic arguments to allow the ruffians to ride away. Undaunted, the Freedmen's Bureau officer exercised his own authority to arrest the ringleader because he could not adjudicate the crime himself. The officer handed the man over to the deputy sheriff. Within 10 minutes, the sheriff let the accused men walk. So it ended the particular episode, but not the longer-term struggles. Even though justice rarely came, it mattered that the military station in the South provided evidence of violence that many Northerners still refused to believe. It was important to have hard facts about how civil authorities condoned outrages against the black people and white representatives of government. Information supplied by the Bureau added to the rationale for military intervention and civilian affairs, especially to show that Republican government did not exist and there was not equal protection before the law. Hardcore radicals justified federal intervention by saying the South existed as conquered provinces or that the North held the South in the grasp of war. Moderate Republicans needed more coaxing. The violence documented in the records relating to murders and outrages would help make the case. It's 2:30. I can stop here, but we will read later today. So how many people like this? I thought this was good, and I want to do another topic. Oh, wow. You know what? This is a really good one. Oh, wow. How long is this one? Oh, there's some. I'm going to come back to this. Y'all want me to keep reading in this a little later today? I'm looking. Killing Fields of 1868. This is the chapter we need. Killing Fields of 1868. How long is this? Let's see. This is 80. And it goes to, so it's 25 pages. This is one. Hold on 1 second. I think this is the one I have. I'm looking at this. This looks nice. Okay. I'm going to stop here for a second. We're going to come back to this. I'm going to pick some chapters, but I want to show y'all again some of the things I'm going to be looking at over the next couple of reading sessions. I may interchange. I may get tired of reading a particular thing. But I have a couple other books in this line. This is something I want to read from. You guys should get your hands on. This is Carol Anderson's book, Eyes Off the Prize. I want to share this with you a little bit later today, talking about how the NAACP and the Boule and other people betrayed black people's push for human rights, which would have gotten us reparations a long time ago. Y'all need to hear from that. I'm going to just find the chapter I remember reading. And by the way, everybody needs to know that this happened decades ago. We were set up. We were set up, and we were set up and betrayed. We were betrayed by the black elite. And chapter 2 in this is from, this is a long chapter, but it's worthwhile. And it'll show you how they agreed to basically turn on black folks in order to get their help. And that's how the Boule and them put us up under the Democrats. And this was all about them getting peanuts and such. There are a couple of chapters in this. And I think I'm going to spend some time in this. But they absolutely let us down. That's how some of this stuff happened. And I'm going to go back and forth between the centuries to show the connections and the consistency, how stuff didn't change. So Eyes Off the Prize by, I consider, one of the finest black women thinkers, writers, is Carol Anderson at Emory University. I love smart black women. Damn, this is like this lady, Carol Anderson. You gotta read her. She's got lots of books. She's everything. She's a great person. I have a couple of these books I got on black resistance. I'll be reading on these. But this one here, Force and Freedom, Black Abolitionists and the Politics of Violence. There's another similar title, and I've got some other ones. I've been putting these books back in order. I'm looking over there because I pulled things apart. I love this one, We Refuse. And I have a couple of others that talk about protecting. I believe we're going to have real problems. July, August, this Watts anniversary coming up. That church being burnt down. In late April, they burnt down the church that Martin Luther King was working out of for the trash men. And y'all need to be alert. It's rough out here. And wake up. And again, share this and support the channel. And of course, pray for me because I love sharing information. And I hope you guys are sharing this with other people. And I'm going to stop for now. Got to deal with my cat. So I want to wish everybody MFM out there for all of you. And don't sleep on it. We're not going anywhere. And it's nice to be back up on this, right? So you take care. I'm gonna take a nap, and maybe I'll pick up about 11. It depends. Okay, I'll see you guys. Bye. 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 MFM. God bless and keep you. May His face shine upon you, give you peace. Read, research, study, look. And also, I want to remind everybody Jaguar Wright is coming to DC on the 27th of June. I think it's a Friday. And she'll be at the Bethesda Theater. I'm going to put up a GoFundMe. I'm trying. I think I got to. I'm going to try to like help a group of people who hate human trafficking. I got a group. I want to see if I can get maybe 10 or 12 people. The tickets are super high because the place is very small. It's a Bethesda Theater. The tickets, I mean, you need, it's like $90. This will be the most expensive show I've ever been to. And I want to make certain that a couple of people go with me. So I'm going to do a GoFundMe so we can get a block of tickets and to show support. For me, it's not so much the music or Diddy, but the fact that slavery is still going on. We're talking about slavery. We got slavery now. We have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of enslaved black people right now in America. And we should be very outraged that this is going on. Don't know what I can do, but I'm definitely going to support that sister. I mean, I don't have to agree with everything she says or does, but I find Jaguar fascinating. And I hope you do too. And if you're looking at the Diddy trial, eventually this trafficking stuff's going to come out. But it's really freaky, weird. I basically lost interest when they're talking about drinking piss and all. I kind of like was out of it, you know. They clocked me out with the piss drinking. Off another man, I'll hold, right? I'll pass. So if y'all know what's going on with Diddy, y'all can tell me. Drop me an email if you want to. And again, share this. I absolutely want. I would like, because this channel has been under complete attack. Once I did the show with Dewan B and Jag, they attacked our platforms. Everybody, I don't know. I got this teeny tiny following. Why are they attacking my platform? You would think I some. Look at me. I'm using phones and shit. There's nothing major here. I don't have music. I haven't done that. What are they scared of? And if you know that they're scared of it, I'm doing something that they don't like. You want to resist. You want to flip off the system. Support the Angry Black Men's Book Club. Seriously. Seriously. Piss these people off. Okay, I'm out of here. Good night. God bless. You know how to hit me up if you can. Email me. And so June, I'll be back to going. I'm going to start hanging out with the Daughters of the American Revolution, especially doing research on North Carolina. And Virginia. I got to figure some stuff out with my family. So I'm going to be doing a special. So I'm going to probably be doing a hardcore cut rate genealogical research. And that's all good. Everybody needs to save some money. All right. So be in touch. I've enjoyed this and I just started. So you guys take care. Good night.